Hey, how you doing, Ice?
You?
I'm alive. I'm breathing. It's been a rough morning. How you doing, Shaun?
Doing pretty good. I saw something three tier posted earlier that it just reminded me. Because at least we all woke up on the correct side of the dirt, so there's something there, you know. So sorry you're having a rough go at it.
Well, that's because they kept me up last night. We're hooking up with the Frog Core now.
I only caught part of that. I fell asleep in that space, so I didn't catch the rest of it.
Oh, you're not. Well, no, I didn't fall asleep in that one, but by the time the night was over, my wife came out to check on me at 4 in the morning, and I was still on the phone with some of that other crap that you know about that's going on.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That I'm getting real tired of that. It needs to just they need to just quit. So
Oh, well, hold
obviously
it.
I'll shut up about it.
Before we get people in the room, did you hear what I sent?
No, what's up?
Under advice of legal counsel, the phone call shall not take place tonight. Have a good evening. I'm sorry I notified you so late.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's a good one. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and I know since nobody's in here, TC has gone ahead and blocked them all and won't let them come up, into any space where he's co-hosting, which I said I'm totally fine with them not coming up. They either need to learn to cool their jets and play nice, or sorry, they can't play with us.
Absolutely. Advocate, good afternoon. Thank you for coming here. I don't know how big a show we're going to have. You got the Aloha Cafe doing an Independence Day special, which is weird because why is he doing it on Friday instead of on Tuesday? And there's a big thing with oh god damn it, what's his name? Hang on a second, I'll find it. Humna. Oh, I got to go here to find it. Yeah, James R is going to somebody's YouTube show, or he's going to be at least listening. I don't know if he's going to be part of the show, but there's going to be a whole crap load of audience that you're going to lose to those two things. So I don't know. However big we're going to be, we're going to be. But I'm good with it. I
Yeah,
said I'd take care of you, bro.
I appreciate it. I do. And yeah, I knew the snack bar was going to run today. He had messaged me a couple days ago, Rooftop, and said he was just going to try to hold to Fridays only for his thing. And I said, "Hey, man, do your thing. I can't stop you from running over my spot. It's Twitter. It's free. Go do your thing, man. No worries."
Exactly. Advocate, if you want a mic, just ask, honey. We'll let you in. It's just we want the room to stabilize, and it does its best when we don't send out a lot of invites and all of that stuff. So we're kind of trying to wait for the room to stabilize. But if you'd like to speak, we'll be more than happy to give you a mic.
Yeah, lots of interesting stuff. I see also Zag is running a space, which he normally doesn't run till later in the night. So Zag and L's got something going on right now too.
Yeah, and you got the frog pond that ran all day, and they're going to run through tonight probably. I think they're on their second or third host and co-host. I don't know if golfing is running right now. I think he's got one of the other people from the MAGA unit running it.
Yeah, he's been and even before what we got going on or possibly going on. Like I know he just from seeing him around, he'll run 18-hour, 20-hour spaces. He doesn't seem to have a problem with running those super long spaces.
I gave them up after the third month in Twitter. I'm like, I can't do this to my body anymore. Yeah, those 48-hour, 2 day stunts. Yeah, I used to be capable of doing that crap. I can't do it anymore, man. My body, my brain just says, I'm going to shut off on you now. Hell, I fell asleep in the afterground this morning for an hour. I woke up and the whole room had changed. I'm like, oh, damn. I mean, my day started at 5:30 this morning, and I only got to sleep about 4. So yeah, Don't expect too much out of me, Shaun. I actually let a troll in Gypsy Space this morning. She caught it as soon as I gave him a mic. She was doing the background on him. Yeah, he was gone as fast as he came in. I apologize for lack of sleep. Shit, I just scared my cat on my lap. Just went jumping a half a foot in the air. Oh boy.
Oh no, I agree with you. I mean, back when I was with the first group before I was on Mega Mission, when I was just learning spaces with the Space Cow and all those cool cats that we see running around. Man, some of those spaces we'd start at this time, 5 o'clock, but it'd be 5:30 in the morning, and I'd be like, man, I'm lucky if I'm going to get a half-hour nap before I go work for the rest of the day, and then come home and you guys are going to want me to reopen the space. You guys are killing me.
Oh, that was me. Everybody's looking for the ice box, but come on, I'm committed to the ground 5 days a week. I'm committed to you guys whenever you need a hand. I was supposed to do the Aloha snack bar. I'm going to have some explaining to do, but hey, the mission groups are what we have, and we all agree to work with each other and back each other up. So, and I'm the retired SOB. So, why shouldn't I be able to do it? Before the crap hit the fan with the overnight show, I actually offered to go up there and help them with security. So, but the more I think about it, I just can't do it, bro. I just can't do it. I'm too old for this crap. It's catching up to me.
I know, I hear you. I absolutely hear you. I see Goats finally grabbed a bar stool. How you doing, Goats?
What is going on, Miss Advocate and gentlemen? How are we doing today?
We are all hanging in there. We know the snack bar is going, but sometimes people go say hi at the snack bar and then come over here. So we'll just see. We're just hanging out. I was looking for fire stuff. It's clear in central Indiana. What about you today? Is it cleared up any?
It is massively clearer than yesterday. Yes, absolutely. I can see some blue skies up there, some wafty little clouds, but yeah, blue skies. I can see it. It's not brown today. When I got off work yesterday, a video I posted, man, I was coming down the street there, and it was just a wave of brown cloud coming at me, man. And I got out at the gas station. I felt like I was getting sandblasted in my eyes, in my mouth. It was horrible.
Yeah, I saw the video and I just didn't ask. I didn't have enough time to ask. I was gonna actually grab it and throw it up in the nest yesterday, but the that video looked. I mean, it looked just like that here. It was it just insane the amount of smoke and then like the amount of burning plastic smell that was just everywhere. I mean, you could still smell a little bit of like a wood fire, but it was overpowered by the plastic smell.
See, I didn't think I smelled a lot of the plastic, but I've got a chemical factory that's about 5 blocks from me that puts off some nasty smell. I got another place over here, so it could have just went by my nose and not even noticed it. I wouldn't put much faith in that. They say this chemical plant over here, it's probably mile from my house, mile and a half from my house, but it's like 4 blocks from my work. They say if that thing ever goes, it'll blow up like 10 blocks. So, yay.
10 blocks, that's small, goats. Right after 9/11, I was doing counterterrorism work for a major pharmaceutical company. Uh, the one thing that they stressed on us that if anything happened, that whole city would be gone. Half of the county would go up. So, yeah, and yeah, I can't, due to an NDA, I can't discuss who I was working for. But I can tell you that they were the first company that came out with the morning after pill. So if you want to look it up yourself, that was what we started, what our subcontract started doing, and then with 9/11, they decided to keep it running for an extra couple of months. So aside from running my crew, and managed to squeeze that in. I was actually doing operational security there. I was one of two people that worked on that security team that actually carried. They didn't want people to carry, but they told me, yeah, you can. They gave us a vehicle, and all we had to do was ride around the property. I could go in any building on the campus of that company except for the animal testing area. My key card wouldn't work, but I could go into production. I could go any place I wanted. It was a nice gig while it lasted, except for losing sleep all the time. I'd take a hotel room for 2 days up there. Then I'd wind up working 5 days at at my main gig, and sometimes overtime there. And then I'd go right back to Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and then start all over again. Yeah, you had to see me by the end of that 2 month cycle. I thought I'd lose my crap. I should have got divorced after that one. No, that was the ex-wife that told me I should go to jail because she wasn't getting her money fast enough. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. I don't want to rag. Anybody that wants a mic, good afternoon. I'll do it for you for a little bit, Sean. The Drive at 5 or The Drive, whatever you'd like to call it. Maga Mission, The Drive. If you'd like a mic, please ask. If you'd like to speak, please come on up. If you have requests for the host is also our DJ. So be sure you drop your submissions via DM and we get some music. That's why it's called The Drive. We bring up the current information that we've had today while you were at work, things you didn't know or might not have known. And that's about it. And I'm going to shut up and turn it over to the host. Yes, I'm getting wound up. I'm starting to wake up after my nap, and I'm feeling a whole crap load better.
That's fantastic news, and thank you, Ice. I always appreciate when you come fill in. You know, TC. I don't know how. We don't even pay him, but the amount of time off this guy gets, I swear, somebody needs to review his contract.
Yeah, but don't you guys usually have the same Friday off? What happened?
Yeah,
I
but on our Fridays, I don't do I do the pickup drop off much later in the evening than he does, so I can run the drive usually on the every other Friday.
Well, heck, you're 2 Fridays in a row, bro. What's up? You explained it to me already. Yeah, okay. Like I said, it isn't all connecting yet. I'm not firing on all 12 cylinders. I'm only working on about 6 right now, but I'll get there.
Yeah, no, we're all good. It's like a 9 p.m. Eastern where I do the pickup drop off. So I'm usually good to run if we only run to 7:38, I got plenty of time to go take care of that.
The other beauty of The Drive is you get to slide into Shaun's DMs without getting your hand slapped.
I'm not even going to go there because we've already had that devolve one night. Yeah, we're not going to talk about DMs. Yeah, well, no, you can if you want to. I mean, whatever. Sean's the boss. He decides what gets said in the room and what doesn't. I'm just here to make sure we don't get the trolls in the room. So,
All right, before we go to the doom scroll, and it was voted. There was a poll. Everyone wants the daily news that we deliver here in the drive to be called the doom scroll. So it will forever be doom scroll. But before I get to that, I was going to laugh. Goats, the refinery in Whiting blows up about every 3 years, and somehow that whole part of the state still exists. So I don't know. Who knows?
hold it a minute. That sounds awfully familiar to me. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to out yourself, but the only place, well, no, you have Amarada Hess in, oh God, what is that, Old Bridge? And the big one you have is Exxon Bayway. I don't know if you know where that is. If you do, then we both know where okay, yeah. I don't know, I was 72 when the cracking tower blew up. Yeah, I was 20 miles away and it shook my house, my apartment house. They said it blew out windows for 5 miles. Matter of fact, they heard it all the way, they heard it 7 miles away in my wife's house. I think it blew a window out. So, yeah, that was a big one. By the way, Gypsy, we're all ignoring you, and I am so sorry. It's so nice to hear you and see you. Please. Oh, now she just dropped. Oh, what is it? Is it something I said? Didn't I use deodorant this morning? Oh boy.
Well, again, oh, okay, okay, we got a request. Maybe it's her. Maybe it's her.
It is. I just gave her a mic. You good, Gypsy? Are we
Uh
being played
oh.
with again?
Something's going on with her Twitter for sure. Let's see. We'll try it again. All right. Well, I see it's still spinning. Okay. All right. Testing. Testing. Do
La
we have Gypsy?
da, 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 da. Hi, I'm back from the Twitterverse. I was spinning in space. It was really, really cool. It was like a super crazy carpet trip on a Friday. Hey y'all, love the drive, love being here. Just wanted to pop in, say hey to everybody. I had a snake today, just to let y'all know in the bathroom. So um, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do, but it was a baby. So if y'all have any helpful hints how to get rid of baby snakes in your bathroom, or it was one, and please send that to me. But happy Friday, y'all. Great to see y'all, everybody.
Hey,
Happy
Gypsy, just
Friday.
check and make sure it's not poisonous because when they're young, they don't know how to control their venom. So they unload everything they have in you. I don't know what to tell you. If you tell me to take a picture of what kind of snake it is, maybe I can figure it out for you. But yeah, use caution with baby snakes. They can be really dangerous.
Thank you. No, I'd heard that. Thank you, Ice. My husband had got it, so, and then he's going back on the boat Sunday, so he's getting his rental and everything. He's a boat captain, if y'all didn't know. So he had got that, but I'm just kind of freaking out. I think I'm gonna get my cat and bring it in there and make it go stay in my room with me. So, but yeah, he threw the snake away. He said it was not poisonous, but I don't know if I believe. I'm sure it's not. He might. He might have planted it. Hey, if I die suddenly of a snake bite, then y'all look out for me, okay? Y'all my friends, please.
Well, I hope I do a better job than this morning. Thank you for saving me from being completely embarrassed. Yeah, I really screwed up this morning. Once you told me that what was in that guy's back profile, I was like, "Oops, I should have looked a little better." I'm sorry, but
Oh,
Gypsy saved my butt. She saved
fine.
my reputation.
Hey, the badge of honor that I carry. For you to say that, man, that makes me feel great. No, I always go to the likes, just because I'm a nosy girl and I want to see what they like. So it could actually probably be a half-assed decent profile, and they're liking something kind of crazy. Then I'm like, not so sure.
I wasn't sure to begin with. I had this weird feeling I've got to start going by my gut. I mean, I didn't do 20 years in law enforcement and not get put in a hospital. So I must have been doing something right. But yeah, that one was a massive screw up. Hey,
Well,
Shaun. Oh,
Iceman, it wasn't as bad as the one I did one time. I think it was Susie's room. He hit the jumbotron with about 60 straight up pics of somebody's genitals. I'll say, since this is the drive. Yeah, spam. I mean, hit the jumbotron horrible. Yeah, that one was bad.
It was Alan's space, and you and I were supposed to be co-hosting.
Yes, that's what it was. Yep.
well, the next time you see Ollie, ask him what happened when I think it was an afternoon space. We actually muted the room. We thought about closing it down. He went after the pill. I went after the nest. And I forget who was co hosting with us. but they went after the nest too because we figured that's the most obvious. Yeah, unfortunately, it was pedo porn with scat to boot. I mean, really, absolutely disgusting crap. We managed to save the room, though. We got it all off before we got reported or before a monitor came in and checked. But yeah, it took us about 3 to 5 minutes. Some of the stuff wouldn't go away right away. Twitter was being its usual slow butt self. And yeah, but we saved it. I know I removed 47. Ali, I think, removed 37. And like I say, I can't remember who the other person was, but God bless them. They cleaned the pill out within under 2 minutes. So we were doing something right. The room did survive. I still don't know how. Good afternoon, Susie, by the way, and Marlon. Marlon, I am so sorry. I actually already confessed that I fell asleep for an hour in your room today. You guys didn't even miss me. I'm a little insulted at that. I just woke up and the room was still there.
I called on you once and it was a blank spot. Sean, Gypsy, Susie, Goats, everybody, Advocate, how you guys doing? Constitution, TT. Um, yeah, dude, I was in this space when you got bombed and see the dots up there. It was one solid line all the way across.
That's right. Who was the other co-host? I know it was. I know I was hosting, and it was Ali was one of my co-hosts. I can't remember who the other co-host was, though. You know, getting old, little old timers disease.
So actually, I got some bad news, Iceman.
Oh, are you willing to share here, or do you want to call me?
No. It's bad news that the state of New Jersey just approved another $250 billion for the East Coast Wind Project today.
I can't say what just ran across my mind right now because number one, the space would be banned, and I'd probably have somebody with a warrant at my door by tomorrow. So I'm just gonna deflect on that one.
Did you? Because I haven't seen the story. How much of do you know how much of that is federally funded?
Well, that's just it. They had to have the project three-quarters funded. That's a tune of $750 billion. And then if they got them in before 2026, then they get a tax rebate of $250 billion. So they actually get a 30% tax credit from you guys. Thanks. So it had to meet that finance criteria before they would be able to receive their credits.
So frustrating. Absolutely frustrating. All these stupid projects we do all over the country using taxpayer funds from everybody. Not, obviously there's rules. You got to get your state or your local funding and meet certain criteria. But a lot of these projects are 50 to 80% funded federally.
So yeah, it's sad to say. I'm sorry. So I'm not in the best of mood today. It's all good. It's Friday before our Independence Day. I'm pumped.
It sure is. And so I still can't promise you anything for a Tuesday drive. That would be, or Independence Day. If anything, I will be able to maybe do an hour and I'll throw on a 4th of July concert, but it'll be a no mic day for that drive. Just heads up before we get into that.
Sounds like a plan.
Actually, I got a party to go to. I just wanted to hop up and say hello to you guys, and I gotta be there a little bit after 6 here. But I just wanted to hop up and say hello, and I'll be listening.
Always a pleasure to have you in the room. We really appreciate everything you do to support the drive.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, listen. Hey, you guys have a great weekend. All right.
You too, sir. I'll see you Monday morning or what?
Yeah, I think so. I guess we'll see. Probably not. I don't know. We'll see. See how we're all off, so we'll see.
Yeah, I can't believe it. They actually gave the state and federal workers Monday off. I'm kind of surprised at that. They screwed us with the day after Thanksgiving in Jersey. We all know that. But yeah, now the Fed says we get an extra day off. It's pretty interesting. I know somebody had turned it into a mini vacation. They've been off since yesterday.
Oh yeah, there's always people that are good at that. They know they get those in early. They get those requests in January and beat everybody, so that they can they can get turn 7 days out of 2 PTO days.
Only way to fly. I used to make my vacations last and last because I used to take 4 day weekends, 3 day weekends, stuff like that. That's one of the nice things about being mid management. You can get away with that nonsense a little more until your operating officer, your regional administrator comes down on your butt. Yeah, then that died real quick.
I do it the same way. I like taking extended weekends, and I'm able to. We're kind of a small place. I plan them out enough in time. That's great.
Yeah, well, it really ticked all the sergeants off. My last duty station, I came in there as number 2 in the building. Yeah, so I got whatever I wanted. I took Christmas between Christmas and New Year's because you know how bad that crap can be. And I always took July 4th for a week. So that was my vacation. But that was cool. If I didn't take the second week or the first week, my rule was always save something for Christmas.
Yeah, I played the same game when I had enough seniority at my last job, where I would take off. It would basically the whole 2 weeks of Christmas and New Year's because I'd use all the the federal holidays. I'd use anything like that, and then I'd just bump in a few days of vacation time here and there. Basically, get 2 weeks off and spend maybe 4 of my vacation days.
Let's see. And then, like at my shop, a lot of times, we'll slow down between like that Christmas, New Year kind of time. And depending on how it falls in the week, we'll shut down. We might shut down for the week, or we might just get a couple days if it's at the beginning, or the end. So doing that usually allows me to have time at the end of the year, hopefully, just in case we shut down. Because that really sucks going into the end of the year and not having any vacation time left.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we've reached the bottom of the hour. Let's do one of the requests, and then hey, we might as well hit the doom scroll for a little while too. Some say your life was easy, but you lived it anyway. And so maybe your friends that stand around you watch you crumble as you fall down to the ground. And then someday your friends that stand beside as you were flying. Oh, you were flying out so high. But then someday people look at you and what they call their own. They watch you suffer. Yeah, here you're coming home. And then someday we could take our time to brush the leaves aside so you can reach us. Hey, but you left me far behind. And I'm there, yeah. Didn't mean to treat you so bad. But I did it no sin but me, yeah. Some say you left with what you had, but you couldn't tell the pain down and out. Couldn't share the pain while she suffered. Now maybe I could have made my own mistakes, but I live for what I've known. And then maybe we might share in something that won't you look at where we've gone. Won't you look at where we've gone.
And then someday comes tomorrow holds sense of what I feel for you in my mind. As a trip to find a line from that cold day when you lost control. Shame you left my life so soon, you should have told me. Hey, but you left me for behind. Now me, you don't mean to treat you so bad. Oh, but I did anyway. Now me, some say you left me what you had. Oh, but you couldn't show the pain. No, no, no.
Goats, do you remember when Shakira debuted that in Tinley Park, Illinois?
Dude, I will tell you what, I do remember that. And I remember seeing Shakira in Seattle in like 1996 and crowd surfing. It was a free concert in the middle of Seattle, and crowd surfing, and I got dropped on my head crowd surfing at that concert. I've seen Shakira more than any other band I've ever seen.
You shop at Butt Drugs too. We know.
I've seen them from little couple hundred place bars to big festivals. They're probably my second favorite band of all time, right there.
You know, it's interesting. I did see them at in Tinley Park. God, I want to say it was '95, and they were so hammered and so high that they couldn't even finish songs. And they finally left the stage after about an hour. Like, it was the worst performance I've ever seen out of a pro band in my life. They had to have been going for days before they got on stage.
No kidding. Wow. I've seen, like I said, I've seen them probably 12 or 13 times, somewhere in that area. And I don't know. They were one of those bands that just got me from the second I heard them. And so many of their songs, I can think about things I was doing, girls I was with, fun I was having.
Well,
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was. I just think they'd been on a bender for days, and obviously could not function properly to play music.
As a matter of fact, they're doing their farewell tour right now, and I just saw them 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, I think it was. They say they're retiring, so I've actually partied with them. They would go to some local bars after concerts and party with the people. So yeah, they're a pretty cool band.
Absolutely. My brother
Shakira,
has been on their tour bus and hung out with them pre-concert and then after concert. They've always been a for the fans type of group.
Well, that's funny. I don't know. Anybody know the history of what DJs call the bathroom song, Inagata Davida by Iron Butterfly? He was so screwed up on Smack the day they recorded it, it came out. It was supposed to be in the Garden of Eden. Yeah, 27 minutes with what is that, 10-minute or 12-minute drum solo? Yeah, every DJ in the world, at least in New York, if they had to go and it was they were going to be gone a while, yeah, it was 27 minutes. So when you heard that song come on, you knew that the DJ had a problem he had to deal with in private.
That's funny. It's not just that one, but there's a bunch of long tunes you can put on when you need to when you're DJing and you need to walk away. But it's very true. It's when you hear that stuff, maybe the crowd doesn't get it, but those of us that have been in the biz, we know DJ is walking away from the booth for a while.
But you got to admit, it's a drum solo that almost anybody can do on a plastic bucket, the table. I used to hear that before class bell would ring. There'd be somebody beating that beat on their desk. Yeah, that had to be the most popular, or one of the most popular drum solos, I think, in of all the 1970s, maybe.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, totally agree. All right, let's do some doom scroll. I we didn't get to this yesterday, but that's because I was waiting for further updates. So, Twitter has disabled public profiles. So, like, if you post a link to somewhere else, Facebook, doesn't matter, Reddit, or a website picks up your tweet, people who do not have accounts cannot see your tweet anymore. They used to be public. So the update I originally was like, Linda, the new CEO, she's up to something. But Elon posted earlier today that they're having a massive scraping issue from platforms like Reddit or ChatGPT, and it's just in a temporary emergency thing in place right now while they deal with that. Because what was happening is when they were scraping Twitter is they were lighting the servers on fire, and that was affecting all of us on Twitter, including Spaces.
Yeah, I'm reading the tweet, the down scroll, and I'm trying to see what's going on. That's some pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, good point. I don't know if you have it in the doom scrolls, but somebody already said maybe it has something to do with the whole country of France burning down.
That's in there, and you know what, that is on Doom Scroll, so let's do it. I have not brought it up for the last few days because in France, they think a normal Tuesday is just a day to protest, but it looks like this is bigger than that. It looks like a lot of the fire and destruction, and there's a lot. I've just posted a little bit up in the scroll. Like it looks like bombed out freaking Bakhmut. I mean, it's the cars, buses, trucks melted to the ground, buildings on fire, and it looks like a lot of this is actually coming from their policy on open borders and allowing migrants in, and the migrants are not melting into the culture. They want to come in and maintain the culture where they left, just in the new country of France.
Yeah, combining two different types of societies together is they're finding out that it didn't work. I found a list in my feed, but I think there's a total of 40 or 50 state buildings that have been burned to the ground, and one of them is the National Library of France, which had archived artifacts dating back to the medieval times. Yeah, there's just something wrong here. Really, think about that. But that's going to be interesting to see how that one flies. I wonder how many new no go-go zones are going to be created in Florida, or Florida. Oh God, please! I hope that wasn't an omen. uh, in France. I'd like to see how this is going to completely work out. I'm waiting for the next major area to be Denmark that gets blown up because they've already got a half dozen no-go zones due to that ethnicity. I'm being as polite as I can. I'd really like to just put it out there in my own words, but I just can't. Jamie, take it away.
Hey guys, just want to say hi to everybody. And when I say guys, I mean all the gals too. I'm from California most of my life, so hey you guys, that kind of thing. Sorry. How's everybody? Hope you're well. Yeah, the France stuff. There's some crazy pictures going on. Um, did you see the one with the officers on fire?
No, I missed that
Yeah,
one.
I'll go try to find it, but it's one of those moments where I looked at it and it was almost like, wow, that's going to be one of those photos like we have from 9/11. The just the moment and all, I don't know, the picture in itself is like art. Sad, but art. It's um yeah, it's gone to a different level. I'll have to agree with that. It's gone way beyond everything that was happening.
Yeah, it's really, the images and the videos are pretty shocking, and I really hadn't talked about it the last 3 days because, like I said, in France, protesting is a holiday to them. They love to protest, but this has turned into riots and utter destruction. Again, it looks like a lot of this is migrants doing, but there's also calls publicly, um, not from nation leaders, because obviously they support all this, open border stuff, but from just people around the world saying that maybe Le Pen should be back and Macron should be ousted. So that's another interesting thing that could come up in the next few weeks.
I think he's headed for a quick drop and a short stop.
Well, old Macron was out seen at the Elton John concert last night, hanging out while all of France is burning. So it's not going to sit well with his voters for sure.
Well, that's why I can't figure out why Ron DeSanctimonious is all over the place when he has hundreds, if not thousands, of illegals coming in all along the coast of Florida. I don't know. I think he's got his priorities screwed up, in my opinion. Take care of your own state first. And he's already in the process of screwing his own state, which people don't realize unless you do the deep dive. Yeah, he's no better than the rest of the scum in the pond. He's definitely a rhino, at least in my book. Anybody wants to challenge me on that, you're welcome to it. But yeah, that's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. Oh, by the way, Jamie, I just saw that on my phone. I am sorry, I woke up just in time to get here. We can talk later. I'm so sorry for everything I've done today. I'm doing more apologizing than anything else.
Don't worry about it. But now I'm going to tell him what I DM'd you. I was expecting to hear back from Ice, and he hadn't called, but I knew he was going to take a nap, so I messaged him that I didn't want to wake a dragon to give me a call when he woke up.
Yeah, well, right now I'm technically supposed to be co-hosting in two different spaces, so I had to let one go. Thank God he's not mad at me, at least not yet. I don't know if I get on a block list and I can't get into place next week, then I know I'm in trouble. But he lost two of his regular co-hosts because James is in. Oh, by the way, for those that didn't notice, Trump was speaking live on Rumble, so I'm quite sure that's affecting almost everybody's rooms right now.
Somebody's
Yeah.
probably, sorry,
No, go ahead.
somebody's probably playing on their phone through one of those spaces, I would assume. That's what they
Oh, I'm
usually
sure.
do.
I'm sure there's a couple of them, and I forget who. Oh God, what's his name? Just got his account back after getting it banned. He's the one that's running the YouTube special. I can only imagine how that's going to go down. Bad talk is going to be a minor inconvenience. It's going to get a lot worse, I'm sure.
Yeah, so back to we'll do DeSantis stuff, right? Because you were on that Fox News poll. I know nobody watches Fox News anymore, but Trump 56, Ron 22, and then they actually went ahead and made fun of Chris Christie and said he's not even registering on our poll. He's below 1%.
Well, I don't know. I heard the NFL's going to hire him this year. They're going to strap a camera to his belly and use him as the replacement for the Goodyear blimp.
Is it that, or maybe could he come in and do what the Bears used to do with the William Perry, the refrigerator?
Hey, at least Refrigerator Perry could run. I mean, he was a linebacker, but even at what was he, 325 and
He was a
6'5"? Yeah.
That dude could jump on. Have you ever seen him do box jumps? Dude, that dude was so agile. It was actually amazing.
Yeah, whatever happened to him? Did they trade him, or he just decided after a couple of seasons it was time to stop getting beat up?
Yeah, he retired early, and then I have not heard what he's done after that. I'm guessing he probably owns a bunch of restaurants at this point.
I'll bet you he does, and he samples everything on the menu.
The Super Bowl Shuffle from '85. Who remembers that shit?
Yeah, I
Hell
had
yeah.
it on Memorex
VHS.
audio cassette.
I
Memorex audio
think my
cassette.
dad. Nice. My dad had it on VHS, the video and everything. That was good stuff, man.
No. We had to wait around and like with the pause and the record held down and wait for the radio station to play it and time it just perfectly so we could hit the start of that thing and get the whole thing recorded.
I mean, yes, I've done that with many other things. Yes. I know that. I know that technique.
How many people in here with a show of thumbs up or thumbs down actually bothered to reset the 12 o'clock? Almost every time your power went out, then you had to reset the clock on a DVR. And I'll tell you, I think you needed a PhD in engineering to figure it out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In my house, that thing flashed for years and years because there was nobody getting out the old instruction manual to figure out how to reset the thing.
Well, I'd like to say hello to the folks that have come in since we opened. Feed Me, Carmen, B. Of course, I know Marlon's listening in there. Constitution, DD, and we actually have a female member of the Frog Pond in here today listening. I'd like to welcome you, Lady Noni. And that's Tran, Florida Sue. I think I got everybody. Your requests can be sent via DM. Our host has an open DM policy, so feel free to bring up whatever music you'd like to listen to, but please don't be mad if we don't get to it. Uh, we get buried in requests, so we try to get everybody in, and I'm going to shut up and let you run your room, man. I'm sorry. I'm just like I feel like I got off the zipper. For anybody that knows that, in carnivals has to be the worst ride in the world.
No. It's actually it's perfect
Best
to
ride
help you
ever.
provide. It's perfect to help you provide because that lets me go load up stuff that gets sent in. So it's awesome. I appreciate it. Let's do. I'm sure everyone's heard of these, but we'll bring them up. You got two Supreme Court rulings coming out today. So student loan, the $20,000 or $10,000 payments struck down. We won't have to pay out of our own dollars right now. However, Biden is going to use another piece of, I can't remember, higher ed, like some bill. I didn't get the whole thing, and he's going to try and force it through again. And then the also the Christian website designers, they do not have to create websites for gay weddings. What's interesting about this one is it was very similar to something Pence enacted in Indiana, which was super, super criticized by the left, called RFRA, the Religious Freedom Reform Act, which was literally an anti discrimination law, saying, well, we can't discriminate against you, but you can't discriminate it against us, and you can't make us do it. So it's interesting that all of a sudden, I think Pence might use that, to try and pull at least above 1%, because he's just barely hanging in there right now.
I I just don't have anything to say on that one, really. Uh, but what I did have to, I'll have to go out and find it, or I'll count on somebody to find it for me. All the statements from the left over this, how it's such a disappointment, and that the class involved will never be able to get ahead. Now, mind you, this is the left talking about this. The reverse discrimination. They're saying, "Oh, well, those ethnic races won't be able to get ahead anymore because they don't have special privilege." Yeah, that's basically saying that that particular group is minus a few upstairs. That was a tremendous insult, but they made it sound like they were the besmirched. Yeah, the world. This is definitely clown world right now, people. Oh, by the way, Carmen, I think I missed you in that when I welcomed everybody. I am so sorry. I don't know if I did or not, but if I did, I apologize. It's great to have you in here.
So we got you may or may not have seen this one. This may be while you were working today. What's this dude? He calls himself Jaden X. He's a militant Antifa BLM leader. He disguised himself as a Trump supporter on J6, and he's the one who the media paid for footage of Ashley Babbitt's shooting. So he was also caught inside, being destructive inside the Capitol. They actually arrested him and charged him, but then released him on bail. Since he's been on bail, he is now working in Ukraine as a war correspondent. And again, so like it's a two-tiered system, right? If you're Antifa BLM, no worries. But if you're a MAGA guy or a Trump supporter, then you're going to sit in prison because we don't want you here. I got another Gateway pundits reporting Biden stuff just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, right? So there's a story the Gateway pundit is running of Biden overpaying by $900 million for 400 million COVID test kits. And in the story, it talks about how there's another company who was also buying them, and they were buying them for a buck a test, right? And they were buying them in lots of 100,000. But in theory, if they could have bought a lot of 200,000, they could have brought it down to 90 cents, or and etc. Just multiply that up. So the question the Gateway pundit is asking is, where did the extra, if you do the math on all of this, where did the extra 900 million go? Because he paid 1.3 billion for 400 million COVID test kits. And they're saying, did Biden literally steal 900 billion in taxpayer dollars from us and funnel it through friends?
That's a good one. Whoa. Well, I just got late breaking. Today, Ron DeSanctimonious decided to sign a bill that now allows mining waste that is mildly radioactive to become part of the roads in Florida. Yeah. All right. Now you go to Florida normally, you come back glowing in the dark. Yeah. Okay. Real smart move.
Wow, Ron is not doing himself any favors. And then obviously, we do. I don't see our friend Paul in here today, but we do a lot of Bobby Jr. or RFK Jr. stuff, and he has just dug himself into a massive hole this week with any chance he had at right-leaning independence. Proving himself to be anti-gun, pro-affirmative action. There are all kinds of stuff going on with Bobby Jr. That's just proving that even though he says and does the right things on vaccines, he is as left as he's no different than anyone else on the left that's going to run.
Oh, more on that. Us folks in the Northeast have a problem with radon in our basements. Yeah, well, the decaying of the elements involved in phosphate rock, guess what it turns into? Radon. Very interesting. I can imagine what that's going to do for the geriatric population of Florida. Really, think about it. You're breathing that crap in off the roads. Yeah, something definitely wrong with that man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to read that story. I don't know why they would decide to use that. It doesn't make sense. It does not compute.
Yeah, the breakdown on it is a small amount of uranium and radium. Yeah, remember radium? Remember the radium girls in the 1950s? The ones that lost their whole lower jaw from painting the little glow in the dark stuff on Timex watches? Yeah, yeah. Those kind of things. Really smart.
Did you read about the connection of China and the school loan thing too? The it says China has invested billions in the U.S. universities and would gain financially from a student debt payoff because it would allow more students to borrow to pay the universities. So this, and then about one of the students at the university there, China is such a deep influence that one student at Purdue University posted opposition to the communism, had his parents threatened by the CCP and forced to cancel an event to commemorate Tiananmen Square. Is this the real reason Biden is trying to cancel student debt?
Well, that is the question, right? I mean, we've been calling him China Joe for a long time now. What? Well, there's so many things that tie this guy to being the most corrupt president ever, but probably the most corrupt politician ever. Period in the United States. So it's a yeah. So Vivek on that subject said that he was glad that it failed, right? But he said it's like sprinkling cocaine on a bunch of cocaine addicts by forgiving student debt. All right, we reached the top of the hour. Let's do a request.
In the street, with not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their need? A sonorous disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man show. They follow each other on the window, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's the one I want you to know. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make a change. Na na na. Wanna feel real good? Some more. Just live yourself. You know, you got to stop it yourself. Yeah. I gotta make that change today. You got to stop with yourself, brother. Yeah. You know, I'm starting with that thing. You got to move some more, some more. You got to stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up and live yourself now.
Yeah, if we're doing wrong answers only, I think that was Jim Croce.
I could have swore it was Hootie and the Blowfish.
I don't know. I thought it was Iron Maiden.
I
Come
think
on,
you're right.
guys. That was totally Millie and Vanelli.
You guys are all wrong. It was Guns N' Roses. Nobody can hit a note like that than Axl Rose. Come on.
All right, I picked Guns N' Roses for the win. Good call. Good call on that one.
Susie wins. Susie wins. We all bow to Susie.
And that is how it should be, right? Because I'm the queen. Hey, I've got something for the doom scroll when you're ready.
Yeah, let's have it.
So, saw a thing today. I gotta drop this down and find it. It's in my bookmarks. This is about truths. Okay. A Frontline News investigation has found that a heavily used pesticide called atrazine poses a major health threat to Americans and is manufactured by the Chinese Communist Party. Atrazine, one of the most common pesticides used on crops throughout the United States, is designed to confound growth. When applied to agriculture, the chemical enters the weed through the roots, spreads new growth, and interferes with photosynthesis, killing the plant. Atrazine is also used on turf in homes, daycares, schools, playgrounds, parks, recreational areas, and sports fields. But aside from being an effective weed killer, atrazine also causes, wait for it, demasculinization, chemical castration, and complete effeminization. In one study, UC Berkeley researchers found that 3/4 of male frogs exposed to atrazine began producing less testosterone and less sperm. They had lowered fertility, and many sought to mate with males instead of females. Furthermore, 10% of the frogs exposed to atrazine became females producing viable eggs. Atrazine-exposed males were both demasculinized, chemically castrated, and completely feminized as adults. So, how about that, kids? You wonder why we have so many soy boys? What?
Alex Jones was right. Now y'all know.
We wonder why these young boys are so effeminate. Well, they're surrounded by this stuff. Stuff. I said stuff. Look at me go. I'll land my broom. I gotta cook dinner.
Did you post that?
No, but I can't. Oh no, I can't. I can't because every time I post something in a space, man, my Twitter goes to heck in a handbasket. And see, I corrected myself again.
If you get time, will you take a picture and send it to me, please?
I can send it to you in DM, okay?
That's fine. Cool.
That seems to work. Yeah.
Hey, Suze, I got a question for you.
I have an answer.
It sounded like, I'm not sure. Were you actually like reading paper there? What? I thought I heard like paper crumpling or something. Was that like actually a newspaper or something?
No, I don't know what you heard.
Okay,
you might have heard my sizzling pan.
Oh, okay. I was just like newspaper, man. That's old tech.
Hey, I am almost a boomer.
Oh, well, remember when we were still, it was okay to kill trees. You know, Rush Limbaugh would print off the stack of stuff every day, and you'd hear him rustle his papers back and forth. What's you got going on, Felicity?
Well, I swept through the doom scroll at the top and I didn't see it. So I was wondering if anybody else had heard that in Michigan, it is now a felony to misgender somebody,
Yeah, me.
including a $10,000 fine. So does that mean when somebody screams cis at me, I can say you're misgendering and use the same law against them?
The way I read the story, this came up 2 days ago. Yeah, basically, yeah, you can do the same thing. It's a hurt feelings bill that is a felony that carries a 5-year prison sentence and a 10-year fine for making someone feel threatened. Here's the weird part, though. It added gender orientation, and sexual preference as a protected class of citizen, which is not in the federal constitution. I would have to look at your state's constitution, but I'd bet a lot of money that that is not a protected class in your state constitution either. So I'm hoping there's some lawsuits real quick, and this starts to move towards a reversal.
So
You
unless they're a virgin or maybe a nun, every other adult human falls under that because we all have a sexual preference, right?
Yeah, that's the way it reads.
I
Okay,
can't.
thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw it that way. I was reading it and I was like, wait a minute, this makes absolutely no sense. I thought I was reading it wrong or something. Thank you for clarifying.
Felicity, they're running out of people to put in jail for marijuana, so they had to come up with something new. I'm just joking.
I just want to let you guys know I just fried a worm that came out of the bok choy from the garden. You will eat the bugs.
Well, at least we
Extra
know you're
protein.
not using. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Ice. I was just saying extra protein.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. I was going to say, at least we know you don't use pesticides in your garden of any kind.
We got some go woke go broke stuff. Disney's last 8 film releases have lost them $900 million, and if I'm not wrong, I might be wrong, but I think this Indiana Jones flick is a Disney production, and it looks like it is bombing on pre-ticket sales and is going to go absolutely nowhere. From everything I've read about it is the most super woke Indiana Jones since the beginning of time. Like it'll be good to see that fail too.
and let's hope as Sound of Freedom comes out on the 4th that it just blows it out of the water, because that would be great, because Disney actually, had rights to that movie for like 4 years and sat on it, wouldn't let it be produced. So
Well, and that's a good point, Goat. Is if you know somebody and maybe they're not aware, and you'd be like, you can just be like, and I know people don't go to the movies that often anymore, anyways, but this thing's only in theaters right now. There are some talks of doing something live streaming on Twitter with it, whether it might be through a paid subscription or not. But these guys paid money to get this movie made, and if we could put some butts in theaters, if you can just say, "Hey, buddy, you want to go check out a movie this week? Next week or on a holiday break? And just see if you can drag somebody with, and put some butts in seats and get these guys some of their money back at least." I mean, it's obviously going to be a super important movie.
I added a picture for you guys below.
yeah, I've been posting about that wherever I can, hoping just anybody might see it. I've even offered to buy tickets. I put that on Facebook the other day. I was like, hey, I'll buy some tickets if anybody wants to go.
That's awesome. I think that's the, as much as Disney screwed up Star Wars, but this is the way. I mean, I really think that's the way to go about it. So apparently, the Italian government has just okayed if the Elon versus Zuck fight is to go down. They said they could use the Coliseum, and you know what? Wouldn't that just be? It just keeps getting better and better with this fight. Like everything just keeps getting better.
It's gonna. They can't back out. If the Coliseum says they cannot back out. It's on. It's on. They cannot back out. I don't care. That would be epic.
Well, and Elon had posted at least a day ago, maybe earlier, that the Coliseum might be a place, but then everyone went to Twitter and was posting the Coliseum in near L.A. in Anaheim,
Oh
the
God,
Olympic
no.
Coliseum, right?
God,
No,
no.
and then Italy comes out and says, no, 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 the real Coliseum.
And I don't know, you guys, I'm sure the Lex Friedman clips that he's put of both him doing jujitsu with both Elon and Zuckerberg. So yeah, they've been training.
My money's on Elon.
Didn't Zuckerberg, I think he talked about it on, I think it was Lex Friedman the last time he was on there, that he entered a jujitsu contest like under a fake name and stuff. And I don't know if he won, but I think he said he did pretty good.
I'll have Felicity go after this. Yeah, actually, Zuck was in a contest and he did win. There's some pictures and videos out there. So it's he's been training for longer than Elon, but Elon outsizes him by 15 to 20%. What you got, Felicity?
Well, I was just wondering, are they going to both live stream it to their respective platforms?
Well, I hope
He
so.
rates in the biggest gate.
Well, actually, according to the promoter, which, by the way, is one of the first MMA promoters, Dana White, uh, it is going to be televised on Twitter and on Instagram as a live broadcast.
Well, considering Zuck owns Instagram, that makes sense.
That's just it. He gets his platform and Elon gets his. So I can imagine. I think we're going to crash the whole web that night, maybe, if it still really goes off. I don't think Zuck's got the cojones. I really don't. And I think Elon's got a background in some one of the martial arts that was taught down in South Africa. I forget which one is one of their national martial arts, but yeah. So I think this fight is going to be extremely interesting.
Well, the fact that Mark Zuckerberg needs a booster seat in Congress and Elon is like 6'2", my money's on the man.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting also, and I wouldn't have a problem if they did something like this, though, if they threw up a one-time payment where and then you can choose your charity and all of it goes to charity. I think that probably be the best because Dana White did say this will likely be the biggest promoted event MMA has ever done, possibly worth billions of dollars.
I mean, would you think that what's the biggest pay-per-view event of all time? I mean, I don't know. It might break it.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Dana, there's a video of him out there saying that this would clearly top anything that MMA's ever done.
We shall see.
So, did you guys catch Hunter's finished up with his child support case? You know, we're dropping the payments from 20 grand a month to 5 grand a month because, you know, Hunter's poor. But apparently he has to give up some of his high artwork, his water paintings, to his daughter, and they're valued at up to $250,000 each. So that's an interesting thing. But the daughter is not allowed to take his last name, which, however you feel about that, you know, why would you want the last name Biden at this point? But you know, grifters are going to grift, and you know, this kid's going to turn 18 someday and probably could make bank grifting off the Biden name and go, look at what my dad did. So Nikki Haley's still running, I guess. Anyone? 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 Crickets. All right. Apparently, she said, "God bless the Supreme Court," and that's hoping. I guess she's hoping that will help her in her polling numbers. She's just, you know, bashing Trump, but trying to, you know, go with the same policies that Trump's justices just overruled in the Supreme Court.
Does double speak from a politician really surprise you, though?
No, no, but it's like a lot of these. I think they're in it just for the book deals and all the money. I mean, they knew from the start they were never ever going to have a shot at the president. You know, Nikki Haley has to know she's never going to be in the cabinet. Never going to happen again, right? So a lot of these people, they're either running for vice president at this point, or just straight up, it's a grift. I mean, they're going to make money off making their name public, household name. So it's disappointing and funny at the same time. So when it's funny, I try to laugh at the funny.
Yeah, I totally get it, and it's like you kind of feel bad for him because I don't know what's sadder, that they know that they're not gonna, they have no relative chance whatsoever, or do they actually think they have a chance? That's what gets me, is because some of them you can tell that they know they don't have a chance, but they're gonna try anyway. You know, you can tell there's just not completely into it.
Yeah, and I don't get on this app very often, but I guess even Trump posted that picture of Christie falling asleep on an airplane that Heather Mullins had posted to Twitter, and made the comment, you know, I had to take a break after a hard 25 minutes of work.
With him on an airplane, I wonder how much they had to counter the excess baggage, shall we say. You know, I can imagine they tried to crab into the airport, you know, into the wind so that they could get as much control as possible with that fat bastard. I'm sorry I had to say it. It came out. Yeah, I hate the man. He took my raises since 2011. So everybody that cries about how money doesn't stretch anymore, yeah, try being me. I should be making at least another $2,000 by my calculation or more a year, and he took away my cost of living. So yeah, I got nothing nice to say about that fat. Beep beep.
Yeah, when that picture came out, actually, we had a pretty funny conversation on the drive of how the pilots were probably ballasting fuel from right to left to balance the plane in flight. And then you're right, probably had to crab walk it into the runway.
So,
Okay.
so in the
I'm
morning
sorry.
room,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Jamie.
So in the morning room, I was kind of sitting on what I call it my disappointment scroll. And did you guys see the post from the Netherlands? Nope, nobody. I DM'd it to Marlon. He's interested in talking about this in one of the spaces. This is crazy. It's like Canada on steroids, a whole new level of. It says doctors in the Netherlands have been ordered to begin euthanizing citizens with autism and other minor disabilities without fear of prosecution, even if the patient no longer expresses a wish to die. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, real quick on that. So TC's obviously not here today. He's with his kids, and he should be with his kids. Way more important than Twitter. But you are more than welcome to DM TC and I during the day. Stuff for the doom scroll, and if we, we have jobs, but if we can look at it, we will look at it. There was also something out of that region of the world where they were artificially inflating COVID deaths by euthanizing COVID patients too. So that's a lot. I mean, a lot's going on. A lot of crazy stuff. Hey, Susie, what you got?
I just wanted to say I hope you all have a fabulous Freedom Week and weekend. I'm out of here. My dinner's ready and it looks good and there's no worms left. So everybody have a great time and I'll see you when I see you. I'm off now.
Vaya con Dios.
Goodbye, beautiful.
So here's here's the other thing with anyone can read headlines, right? So like we typically won't bring it up on the drive unless we've been able to read the whole story and see if there's a other outlet or two or three also posting similar stuff, because you can go on Twitter all day long and just listen to people read off headlines that you can read all by yourself. So we do like to dig in a little further and provide some of the backstory of that headline that we go over.
Yeah, that's why I haven't posted it. It's just quite the shocking headline, so I'm definitely going to be delving into it um, before we talk about it in full. But yeah, it's. I would like to actually combine it also with what you just added about another euthanasia something happening, and put it together in a thread for just things going too far. And yeah, I would like to utilize it that way as well. But yeah, I agree with you, which is why I haven't posted it.
Yep, makes sense to me. Hey, let's do a request and then we'll move on. Good request. I'm going with Britney Spears. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. I see plenty of good speakers. We got lots of mics. You're all welcome. Come on up and hang out with us. I did see, Jamie, did you see this one, Bolsonaro? They're trying to do to him what or they done to him what they're trying to do to Trump. So he is banned by the elections courts from running for public office for 8 years. And the claim is that he abused his presidential powers while calling out election fraud in the country of Brazil. So it's not just happening here. I mean, it's global, and obviously, it's you got to look at maybe this is a WEF thing. Total one world government. We're gonna take out conservatism wherever it stands in the world.
Yeah, I talked about this months ago, how similar it was to kind of attacking the president that the people wanted. It just was very similar. This was back, I don't know, I'm sorry, I think it was around Christmas or January or something when there was a lot of the riots going on there. Is that accurate? Yeah, I believe so. That's when it was. So I think it appears to be similar as well. Yeah. By the way, I'm looking into what I just talked about and on other elements besides Twitter on my search engines, and it sounds like it's ringing to be true. But anyway, I'm just gathering the articles right now.
Well, thank God that one thing you sent me was a deep fake. I mean, I'll be honest, you couldn't have put a toothpick up my butt. The wife and I were looking at each other and losing our crap. I went through everything, every search engine, everywhere I could go. I actually pulled my laptop out, which I don't usually do until the weekends, and I couldn't find a darn thing. But if you want to talk more about that one, Jamie, yeah, you really rocked my world this afternoon. I think that's why I didn't get a good nap.
I posted it for 38 minutes and just asked the question, real or fake, because somebody is really super bored to have made that one because it really looks like somebody filming their TV, and it's an emergency alert, and it has all these states across the US. It was it appears to be obviously a fake. Obviously it was. None of us got alerts on our phones, but it's pretty messed up what people are doing, putting that stuff out there. So yeah, as I said, I posted it for 38 minutes just to get a couple opinions of what people thought they were looking at, and they were finding the same thing as me, that there was nothing on the national alert system or anything. And so it's, we got a lot of people out here just totally messing with people's minds and trying to, create that fear. I also looked into it a little further. I guess he's a big TikToker and likes to put out fear. So yeah, he's talking about a post this morning. So anyway, that's what I'm replying to.
You always catch me when I have food in my mouth. Yeah, just for those that haven't seen it, the things that caught my eye was number one, it was an accompanying state, and they were telling the people that were in the states to pack up and move to a non endangered area. And then they were telling the people that were in the non endangered areas to gather up food, flashlights, wind up radios, and everything else. If that thing had actually hit somewhere and it really like caught legs, we could have had the whole United States losing their minds. I go back to what was it, 1934 or 37, when Orson Welles did War of the Worlds. There were 7 suicides because of that radio broadcast. That's the reason we have commercials today that everybody's making so much money off of, was because the FCC declared that there had to be at least one commercial, a commercial about the station every 15 minutes. Now we get one, what, every 7 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Tell me we didn't screw up big on that one.
Yeah, and that was all. What they try to blame that on? You have to call out your station identification, just like you're a ham radio doing it every 5 minutes. They said, the radio and television had to do it every half hour at the time. I think it's now 7 minutes now.
Well, the police departments, I'm sorry I'm talking with food in my mouth, folks. Every time I have to talk about something, I got a fish full of food. Yeah, the FCC said that. And for anybody that's a scanner head, back in the day, you would hear this little burst of Morse code every 15 minutes because that was created specifically so that the police departments didn't jam their frequency up. It's called ANI, automatic numeric identifier. Look it up. It's been around since probably the 50s or 60s. I don't know. I wish we had Rabbit in the room because she'd be able to give me all the data on that stuff since that's what she does for a living.
And can I describe the 7 minutes? It's 7 minutes. It's 6 minutes and 30 seconds of drug commercials, and then maybe possibly a 30-second different type of commercial. Ugh.
No, you're 100% right. They are all they are all pharmacy commercials, nonstop, and then maybe you get something else. It's insane. I mean, we obviously know who's paying the the media, so
We'll fix your
it all just fits
itching.
in.
Yep, we'll fix your itching disorder, but your member might fall off. It's ridiculous.
Yes, and you'll have leakage out of all kinds of places that you shouldn't have leakage.
Oh my God, we've got to talk about that stuff called Olestra. Yeah, I'm really going to eat potato chips that it says a warning on the back that it may cause anal leakage. Give me a break. Did they really think that stuff was going to fly?
And I can't remember if it was not that I would ever vote for this guy, but I think it might have been RFK Jr. that said that we need to ban all pharmaceutical advertisements on television and radio. And I think there might be something to that because literally, shouldn't you just go talk to your doctor instead of get bombarded and go try to self doctor yourself? Diagnose yourself on WebMD and then just decide, oh, I'm going to go to the doctor and tell the doctor what I need.
I just have no words for that one.
Hey, Texas made it up. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, man. I didn't know that about them potato chips. I think I'll stop eating them. I've been having problems. I'm doing good, y'all. How y'all?
We are doing good. We're just hanging out here on a Friday. It's a holiday weekend for most. If not, it's a holiday on Tuesday that we will all be celebrating. I don't care about the the little wimps that cry and don't like America. They can just lick my boots that day.
Well, I love America, but I'll be celebrating from the front of my truck, brother. I'm running over to San Antonio to deliver Sunday morning at 4:30 a.m. And I'll be picking up in Pearsall, Texas, Monday morning, going to Pauls Valley, Oklahoma for a Tuesday delivery at Walmart, D.C. So y'all have fun for me, man. Enjoy y'all's families. I'll be on the road. Man, I almost had a FedEx box truck run over me a while ago. It made me so mad because the kid was cussing me. I could see him in the window. He was merging onto Interstate 10 right before the tunnel in Alabama, Mobile, Alabama. Damn dude come right over my truck, pushed me over into traffic. It was bumper to bumper anyways. Stopped traffic really, and Yeah, he made me so mad. I called it. I called FedEx and made a report, and called the state troopers, made a report, and I'm pulling this footage off my dash cam and sending it to him. I hope the punk gets a dangerous driving and loses his license. I mean, you're gonna come over on top of somebody and cut them off when they have the right of way, and you're supposed to yield and then cuss them. Yeah, I ain't got no sympathy for his little punk ass.
Didn't I bring up FedEx? Yeah, traveling.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the language. I forgot we was in the drive. Sorry, y'all.
We're all good.
Didn't I bring up FedEx in the trucker space last week? How I absolutely despise those drivers. I think they're worse than Swifties, to be honest with you, or BJ, and I can't say the last name the way I'd like to, but we all know who I'm talking about. I believe the other company makes Hunt's ketchup. Yeah, yeah, those people should be banned from the road.
I call them rolling road hazards, brother.
I hear that.
Man, I feel so bad for you truckers and what you put up with. I've driven trucks my whole life, not semis, just, big trucks, big as I'm allowed to drive with my license and whatnot. But I've driven them my whole life. Prior to even having a license, I've been on big equipment. And I'm telling you, I made 3 trips back and forth from California, in I think it's 28 feet is what it is or whatever. And I cannot tell you how many times I was wiped out by one of these people that have, rented the largest U-Haul they can get, and they've never driven a freaking truck themselves. And I'm sorry, but a certain size of those trucks, I think there should be some kind of basic freaking test to see, are you, can you drive? Or at least, oh my gosh, at the minimum, please give them a list of things to be aware to not do. Don't cut off a semi. They don't have the time that you have to brake. They're what, 20 35,000 pounds on the average, one trailer, a truckload, it's something like that. I mean, people do not understand cutting off trucks, breaking right in front of them, or oh yeah, let me kiss your butt so I can't see you. It is so crazy what they do to truckers, and they have none of the old age politeness, like, I'm gonna flash in my lights, let them know that, yep, you get over. I'm trying to make a list myself to put out there, like, when a trucker signals, let them over. They don't have the type of space that you have. It's just so amazing to me how many people drive with their heads planted somewhere. It's astonishing to me, and I really feel bad for you guys, because I've been around truckers a lot. I spent a couple years running 24 fuel pumps and giving out cash advances and all that good stuff, and I've got a heart for what you guys deal with. And I'll just leave with thank you so much for working over this holiday weekend and supplying us with our lives. Appreciate it.
Thank you, honey. Let me help you build your narrative here, babe. Uh, I'm running right now 37 tons. So I'm running right now at 75,000 pounds. We typically run 70 to 80,000 pounds and now on 70 foot long. So just so you got your narrative straight there when you start pumping that.
So you've got 2 trailers, right? Or what are you running?
No, I'm running a 53 foot reefer unit. So my truck and my trailer's about 68 foot long, and
Okay.
I'm right now. I got 75,000 pounds. I'm running 75,000 pounds. So
Okay.
37 and a half tons.
Yeah, I've got on my list, like, you're not only going to endanger yourself, the trucker, but you may cause a wreck and kill a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm just so tired of it. The way people drive, get off your phone, or have some kind of device, that you can safely use your dang phone. But but it's gotten really bad, and because we're not as strict on our driving test, just on our basic driving test, people don't have whatever we had in school, driver's ed. um and a, and nowadays, kids don't grow up driving, farm vehicles and driving all these different things that they just don't do today, so they just don't have the same experience. And we need to harden our tests, not lighten them.
Well, hey, I got a story to tell you, Tex, make you laugh. I used to have a 38-foot box with a West Coast Mac on the nose of it. And one day, one of the buses in New York, now, mind you, I was driving this in Midtown Manhattan. I lasted about a year there. But one of my tricks was the monkey bars that hang on the outside, the grab assist. Well, they're real good for taking mirrors off on New York City buses. All you got to do is wait until the back of your trailer's there, swing over enough to grab the mirror, and then drop a gear, and away you go with the mirror. I had 6 of them in my garage by the time I left that job. And I also crashed. Get a load of this. I got a ticket for blocking a bus stop, which wasn't a bus stop. Brand new flexible bus, had 1,200 miles on it. I caved the front of it in with the side of my trailer, backing up in a red zone during a snowstorm. He's letting one of his buddies off. I didn't even know it. I had the stereo running. I had the heat on. It's snowing out. I'm backing up, and I figure, oh, maybe I'm doing a parallel park, by the way, too, to boot. And I'm backing up. All of a sudden, my truck stops. I'm like, no, there's got to be something wrong here. I figured I got stuck on ice. So, of course, a little more throttle, wind the turbo up, bring the clutch back up. All of a sudden, I see this guy standing on my passenger side, waving his hands like a madman. I looked back and I finally got a good look, and I realized, yeah, the right rear corner of my truck had literally caved in, a brand new flexible, to the point where they had to cut the driver out. Yeah, that was a good one. But they charged me with parking in a bus stop. It wasn't even a bus stop, it was a red zone. If you're going to do anything, give me a ticket for a red zone. I actually went to Manhattan Court and fought that puppy and won. My company never heard anything about, me kind of destroying a brand new bus.
Okay, I gotta admit, I told the story a bit back that I did report this trucker. So on one of these trips back from California to Indiana, I almost got run off the road by a completely inexperienced trucker. This was my third trip. I was driving in the storms literally the whole trip. And there were semis off the road one after another. It was really sad, it was a hard trip, hardcore. And this trucker, I had been following him for miles, and he was making all these mistakes, and then he made the mistake of almost taking me out and running me off the road. I followed him right to the next truck stop. I went over to him, and that's when I found out he couldn't speak any English. I was like, well, how did you get your license? And I started questioning him about, I'm like, are you even legally allowed to drive on these roads? And he wouldn't answer me, and he avoided me. And I took out my phone, took a picture of him, took a picture of his truck. I called the highway patrol, and I reported him because I know for certain this guy was not a legal driver. He didn't know how to drive that truck, and he needs to be off the road. And I heard you guys kind of talking about, I think one day when I was in the trucker space, that this is a problem here, that there are a lot of unlicensed truckers, and which I would have expected anyway, having lived in California prior, because they're constantly coming across the border there with trucks that aren't haven't gone through inspection. They freaking, you don't know if a part's going to fly off in your windshield at any moment. It is absurd there. So I can believe that it's just gone across the states, and I'm sure the cartel has something to do with it, because how else could they get through the checkpoints and whatnot? I was in a privately owned 26 footer that I have, and I got pulled into one of them and questioned, like, why do you own a moving van? And I said, because I bought it at an auction. Is that okay with you? Because I couldn't get to a direct trucker, because I couldn't get through the freaking those people that book for the truckers. You guys talk about it. What are they called?
The brokerage.
Oh my gosh, I was so pissed because I couldn't get past one. I mean, I was posting things on Facebook going, I need an independent trucker. I'm willing to pay you well, because I really didn't want to drive back and forth that many times. I was ready to pay a trucker and fill up their entire rig and cut the middleman out, but I unfortunately couldn't find one. But yeah, Yeah, that's how it
You
went for me.
just all you gotta do is Google trucking companies near me, hon.
I did, and I was doing it from California, and I don't know if there's some kind of blocking thing going on there, but I just kept ending up with brokers that were, and they wouldn't answer my questions, like how much does the trucker get and how much do you take? And they kept fishing around every question. All of them sounded super deceitful. That's my opinion. And yeah, I would be involved with something about that stuff if anybody needs some assistance.
We're seeking all the help we can get because we fighting. Just tell your friends, tell them to come join us and join the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We are 100% supporting the NOAA hashtag TNOAA and their website. We are 100% behind them. I still want to go to Bad Drivers. I literally a couple of years ago, because he's a kid and maybe he's got a more rubber band in him than I do. I gave my kid my motorcycle because I'm like, I'm just done getting out on the roads on my bike with all of these stupid four wheelers and their cell phones. Like, I am done. They cut me off. They curb me. They throw me off the road, and I had full straight pipes. You could hear me coming a mile away. These people didn't care. They just would run right into me.
Oh, if you ride or anybody in the room that rides know that thunderheaders are probably the loud, or yeah, thunderheaders they're called, probably the loudest exhaust pipes out there. I could be over 1,000, 100, not 1,000, 100 yards away from a parking lot. Yeah, bring the clutch in, crack my throttle, and at least 15 or 20 cars would go into car alarm status. Yeah. I've been there. I've been to the point where I've kicked somebody's mirror off at 70 miles an hour. Yeah, if you don't use it, you don't need it. That right foot comes up, bing! There you go. Have a nice day, and just crack the throttle and keep going. I have this thing for mirrors. I guess now I just realized that. I must hate mirrors. I guess I must have a face for radio because, yeah, I just have a thing for that.
Well, yeah, and then let's go back to the driving test. Look at a lot of these farm trailers are just people that do general hauling. Those trailers don't have brakes on them. They're just pulling it behind a 250 or a 350, right? So if you cut them off on an on ramp or whatever while they're doing 75 miles an hour, you're doing 25 trying to get your little car going fast enough to get on. Like, that's an immediate fishtail accident because there's no brakes on the trailer. The only thing holding it back is the truck brake. So everything just goes forward. It's momentum.
Thank you,
Yep.
Shaun, because I have one of those trailers, and that's exactly what happens.
Hey,
Well,
gonna tell you
here,
what really drive. Go ahead, Ice Man. I'll go after you, brother.
no problem, brother. Yeah, the only problem with that is New Jersey passed a law. If you have a single axle trailer, you're allowed to go with no brakes. Once you go into a dually, you have no choice but to have electronic brakes, and you have to have all the good things that go with it. Otherwise, they won't sell you the trailer. And until you prove, you actually have to sign, and they come out and inspect your vehicle to make sure you have an e-brake in there. If you don't, they will not sell it. They won't give you the ownership papers. They'll make you go to DMV, or better yet, make you go to some shop and pay about 3,000 and have an e-brake put in. Yeah, really expensive. I bought my trailer for 5 grand. Thank God when I bought it, I was taking it on the ass end of a Fleetwood 38 footer. And fortunately, they actually had an e-brake in there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to pick the trailer up.
You know what drives me crazy? Our friends south of the border down there, uh, when they'll come over here and buy these wrecked cars out of these auctions, and you see it a lot in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, states around Texas. They'll put take the bumpers off these cars and rig a tow dolly on them. Not a dolly, but just a bar running back to the next car and string 3 or 4 of them together. Put a stick on the back of the back car with some lights on it and take off and drive 35, 40 miles an hour down the highway Sometimes you'll pass them. There'll be three or four of them running in a caravan. I mean, it's dangerous. Or get going down there and they done been to an auction and bought a box truck, and they'll put a car in the back of a car or a truck in the back of the box truck, and it'll be hanging out of the back of the box truck 5, 6 feet, and they're going all the way across the border with it, man. The crazy stuff you see out here. I was down. I was in Florida earlier before that FedEx happened, and I called the Brinks company on a driver, not to complain, but the driver had a Brinks truck. I was hoping some money would fall out because his side box was open and flapping in the wind. I pulled up beside him, waved at him. He never looked up from the road, just kept driving straight down the road. I'm waving at him, honked my horn, waving at him to let him know his side box was open. He was losing stuff out of his side box. He just kept on driving. So I called the company and told him, look, man, he's not driving reckless, but his side box is open. He's going to hit somebody with that box, and stuff's falling out of his side box. It wasn't money. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't money. I'd been falling and stopping and grabbing it. You know what I mean?
What about the guys that load up the truck and trailer like the Beverly Hillbillies, like 10 feet high, and go down the highway, and you're just praying, please do not fall off in front of me? That shit's scary. I had just a wheelbarrow when I lived in Texas. I was going down the highway on that 820 loop, and it's hot and baking, and you got those waves off the road. So, one of those kind of days, and all of a sudden I see an object, and I'm like, what is that? What is that? And it's getting closer and closer, and I got a sports car, and oh my gosh, all of a sudden I realized that's a wheelbarrow going toe to handle, tip to handle, rolling right straight for me. Oh my God, it was insane. But one of the things I want to say on the test, I don't know how many states are doing this, but California, I do know it's doing it. So they will give a license to somebody that doesn't read English, which I don't think should be allowed because California is not a language sign state. So yeah, you go down to Mexico, a lot of the signs are Spanish and English, but California is not. They give them a license, and why should they have a license when they can't even read the freaking street signs or the directions for warnings or anything like that? That I don't understand why they should be given a license.
Well, the federal law says you have to be able to read English, but then states turn around and provide interpreters. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, in California, you can literally get an interpreter to come stand by you while you take your test. What a
No,
joke.
I got a better one. New Jersey has 27 different driving manuals, depending on what language you speak. Yeah, what's wrong with that one?
Yes, California has the same.
If you're illiterate and can't read, they'll come read it for you.
So Jamie,
Well,
I'm riding down. Go ahead, Iceman. My bad.
no. You're in the room, bro. We count on the room to make everything grow. So please, you first.
Thank you, sir. You're so kind. I was driving down the highway here one time. This is, I don't know, 10 years ago or so. But I had just come from Wheeling. We were coming back from somewhere. And so I'd used my D-rings on the front of the Jeep to pull somebody out or get myself pulled out or whatever. And I'm flying down the highway about 65. And all of a sudden I hear that D-ring come loose. And I hear it clank underneath the Jeep. It hit about 3 times, and I didn't even look in the rearview mirror. I didn't have the crash kept on going. I didn't even have the courage to look back. It was rough.
Oopsie. Hey there, boss. It's the top of the hour. You got something you'd like
I
to
do.
spin?
I do. Actually, this one was from yesterday. I hadn't gotten to it yet, so I'm going to go with this one.
Give me one sec.
Wolves gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields, the bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave their all to the poor. Yeah. Time will tell them their power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like pawns and chess. Wait till the judgment day comes. Yeah. Now in darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. And as God has struck the hour, day of judgment, God is calling. On the knees, the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh, Lord, yeah.
So when I heard that hi hat, wrong answers only. When I heard that hi hat, I immediately knew it was the Bee Gees. That was total disco.
Come on, man. I love me some Leonard Skinner. Yeehaw.
CCR, man. What are you guys talking about?
Wasn't that Journey?
Oh, you might be onto something there, Iceman. You might that. You know what? I think I remember right. It was the summer '82. Yeah, it was. That's Journey. It's got to be Journey. All right, we can do some. We definitely can go back to trucking stuff, but we also have some scroll, so we can get to some doom scroll too. Let me. We reported yesterday. John Solomon. He was the one who in 2019 called. All right, we got done talk. All right, I'll see you there. Hey, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too, brother. And that was 100% ACDC. I remember that year. I was alive for that concert in '83.
Were you like 12 or like maybe 3? You know, probably 3 years old, right? 3.
That was like a -4.
You know, it really stinks. I can't remember who the real band. You know, we're doing wrong answers only. I used to listen to that song at lunch. I can't remember who did it.
Can I give him a hint, but not tell him?
Yes.
Um, he's married to this English woman that does a talk show.
No, that's a hole in my brain. You know, my brain's made out of Swiss cheese, and as it gets
Bad
older,
heads,
there's more holes.
bad heads. You bit them all. Bad heads.
That was a bad
Opposite
hint. Is that what you
answers.
said?
Bad hand. Opposite answers. It was a white orchid.
No, no. The clue was he bit off a bat head at a
Oh,
concert.
there you go.
Oh, okay. Thank
Bye,
you.
Twinner. It's crazy train.
Can you imagine the amount of drugs you can take out of him after he passes? And everybody in the world could probably smoke that shit.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned drugs after death. Has anybody seen the video where they're taking John Doe's and Jane Doe's and liquefying the body, then grinding up the bones to be added into our food supply? Yeah, I think they call it calcium phosphate. You'll find in a lot of foods, they're saying now that that might actually be coming from human remains. Yeah, I haven't been able to find anything else. But when I saw that video, I was like, "Oh, I might be actually eating people. We might actually be cannibals." Holy shit!
Well,
Oops, sorry.
McDonald's already did that. They were
It's it's
there was human in their beef patties.
yeah, it's best in barbecue.
There's human umbilical cord, human other things from aborted fetuses in a lot of your food. Just in case you didn't know. And on that whole, smoking his blood or whatever, Shaun, my shoes are red and black, not all red. So sorry, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, wow, it's all disturbing. I don't even know where to go with it because obviously I don't have stories, I don't have information to provide to you. But wow, that's just disturbing.
Well, the
Hold on, checking
McDonald's
out.
thing is like 1990s, so I'll try to find some info for you if you really want to know. I'd rather just not even read it ever again and not eat there. Or I'm almost about not to eat anywhere, pretty much.
Jamie, they just did a more recent study, and that was like a year ago or something like that, and it was still found traces of it.
Well, don't forget, back in the mid 80s, they found kangaroo meat in McDonald's hamburgers. They were importing it under some guise of another type of meat. And when people started saying this didn't taste right, everybody found out that they were eating a roux. Yeah, that's not good.
I ain't scared of no ghosts.
That it's actually it happened. The guy that was actually
I think somebody dropped an EMP on Texas. Texas, can you hear us?
He's talking right now, but he's rubber banding so hard, nothing's even coming through.
Yo, Tex, you're in a bad spot, bro. I had to mute you.
Hey, hey, I forgot to ask. I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, hi, Jamie. How are you? Go ahead, Jamie.
I forgot to ask earlier. Has anyone? Why are you laughing at me? All right. Don't text me. Don't laugh at me. Damn it. No, I'm joking. Sorry. I used that word.
Whatever, I do what I want.
I'm sorry.
I'll
Okay.
text.
Did
I'll
anyone
text you a
see
laughing
the?
emoji if I want to text you a laughing emoji. I'll do it.
God damn it, Kyle! Quit trying to tell me what to do.
Lord have mercy. Okay. Did anyone see? This is not funny, but I'm laughing at this point. What did you guys just call the weapon? I. I. Okay. Whatever.
EMP.
Whatever. Did anybody see the post about the big, huge 500-pound weapon or something found in the guy's house? And then they're trying to say it's one of the January 6 people. And did anybody see that?
That's a psyop. Don't listen to it. It was 500 pounds of explosives found in somebody's house when they tried to do a check on a warrant arrest.
Yeah, and he wasn't even there.
And they're suspecting that the 500 pounds of explosives. Well, no, somebody shot at them. They had to fire back. They had to kill the guy, I think. There was 500 pounds of explosives found, and they're thinking that that's some of what came off the train.
Oh, gotcha. See, I didn't post about that one either because I don't have the info yet. Thank you.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we
Nope.
got you now.
Still cutting out. I'm down here running down 10 in Mississippi, so let me drop down.
No, we got you. You're leaving Charlie.
Yeah.
You're clear.
Okay, well, what I was saying was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that was based on a true story. And that guy, the one that wielded the chainsaw and the mask, uh, they had him at the Walls unit, and he was so violent, he was biting people and trying to eat people still down there. They had to give him a frontal lobotomy. That's a true
Talking
story.
about Tommy?
I don't know his name, but that's a true story. I mean, when I went, well, I ain't going to say that, but I have firsthand knowledge because I went through there, put it that way, and he was still there, supposedly.
Did they ever catch him yet?
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, yeah, he was in prison for a long, long, long time over there.
I wasn't sure if they ever caught him. I know the last time I knew, last time I looked into it, they hadn't found Tommy yet and that was like the 90s.
He's on the Walls unit, supposedly they had to, and there was a write up that they had to do a frontal lobotomy because he was so violent.
Oh, I believe it. He ate people, cut their faces off, and wore them. I believe he was violent.
Yeah, didn't they call him Pigman? Or is that somebody else?
I'm not sure if that was him or not. I know he did hang around the old slaughterhouse a lot.
There was a second movie that came out that was a continuation of the story. I think they called it Pig Mask or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember, but I do remember something else. The second movie that came out that was based on the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre incident.
Are you thinking of
Found it.
Leatherface?
I thank you, Big Daddy. I
Yeah,
appreciate that. Yeah.
Leatherface's real name was Tommy something, Thomas something. I can't remember his last name for the life of me, though.
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't. Let's do another doom scroll. So, we got some sports stuff. ESPN is they're collapsing. And they're claiming this has nothing to do with Disney, but they are firing 20 on-air personalities, um, some of the big names, and they're just saying, well, they have financial goals to meet, and it was better to fire the high-priced personalities instead of just liquidate all of the administration employees. So that's interesting to see, with Outkick too, right?
They're lying to you. They just don't
Well,
want to admit their part in
Outkick is sold
Epstein.
to Fox. Fox is a not Fox News particular, but Fox in general is now a Disney company. So with Outkick overtaking ESPN, it's going to be interesting to see what happened to Clay Travis's former company, with sports just in general dying in popularity. So we'll see where that goes.
They just don't want to admit that they had a part in Epstein Island, bro. That's all that is. They're trying to cover their tracks.
Well, there's a lot of that. We also got more John Sullivan. We reported yesterday that he had called Hunter's phone in 2019, the secret phone, and got the got Joe Biden on the phone, who quickly hung up. Well, John Solomon's reporting today that Hunter still hasn't paid his taxes on the $400K he received from the bereavement deal. So again, we still have more and more and more stuff going on with the Biden crime family.
You know he smoked that, right?
That's a lot of crack, brother. Hey, I got a question for y'all. A couple questions. I heard a rumor. A froggy told me that we was going to do a cooperative, and did they actually have we got confirmation that Biden was impeached?
I believe it was 219 yays to 208 nays.
Yeah, so no, what happens now is that it moves to committees, and the committees will put together their trial to send to the Senate. So obviously, it's going to be DOA at the Senate. Lindsey Graham's already said so, which is obviously a disappointment to all of us. But at least it's it's a black mark on his record, no different than Trump or Clinton.
What does DOA mean?
Dead on arrival.
That's
But
what I
that
thought.
can be overturned by a 2/3 vote from the House. Just saying.
Well, you got to realize on an impeachment, it has to be a super majority. So it's 2/3 of the Senate, and we don't even control the Senate. So, yeah, all the investigation, all the talking is blowing smoke up our butts because it's never going to happen.
Don't you
Well,
think?
my thing. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just going to say, don't you think it's just going to be like the last minute kill off, and then, oh, you have to take this person as a replacement? Who that is, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, I don't know. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah. So on Tucker's last episode, he that's his prediction, right? They're going to turn on Biden and just throw him out, and then bring in Gavin Newsom. And remember, here's the thing we all forget: 2016 super delegates. It's a thing the Dems have that the Republicans don't have on their side, and they were able to throw out Bernie and bring in Hillary because of super delegates.
Fat lot of good that did them. Hillary swung.
But don't forget, the fix was already in. She was supposed to be our next president. And she still never officially conceded, at least not that I've ever heard. So yeah. I think the whole world got surprised. And the one nice thing is, though, we all found out just how screwed up our government is because of our true president, Donald Trump.
Well, how are
Yeah,
they just going to pick who they want to put in place when it's supposed to go to, unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, uh, uh, Kamala or whatever the hell you want to call her?
Because
well,
they,
you see, they
sorry.
don't have any. They don't have an oath of office on file. None of them do. Only Biden does. His entire House committee, his entire fucking cabinet, not a single one of them have an oath of office on file.
And if they draw it out to the last minute, then they can say, oh, we don't have enough time, and add in, this is our pick, and add them right in. And, that just seems to be what's going to, I really think they're going to remove Biden somehow.
He's already
Oh,
dead.
I'd like to see them both removed, but think about it. Then we got McCarthy for a president. I mean, what a limp. No, I can't say that word. Limp-wristed person. We'll go there. But you know what? Most of you know what I was going to say.
It's not. It's not after hours yet, bro.
That's why I'm behaving myself. We may have children in cars. We may have people that find that type of language particularly offensive. So I got to do what I got to do, and that's the right thing.
Well, and you got to remember, it's only 4:30 Kelly time. So again, this is the drive. It's when everybody's in their car. So I appreciate all of you very much for adhering to our requests for that.
I'm trying really hard to bite my tongue when I feel those emotions come through, brother.
Oh, by the way, since I didn't get a chance, Naga, nice to have you up here with us. Thank you for joining us up here because, as you know, the co-host is about. I'm running on flat tires right now, so any help you can give me would be really appreciated.
I'm surprised my favorite stalker isn't in here.
Who's that?
What?
I thought I was your
Gypsy.
favorite.
Oh no, I'm sorry, bro, but Gypsy's definitely my favorite stalker. She's a little bit prettier.
Yeah, I saw her earlier today. She's around.
She wouldn't even. Actually, I don't even think she would know this is me, other than maybe the profile picture.
I hear the voice and I know who's behind it, but you've either changed your name or emoji. Or no, I should say I don't know who's behind it, but I do know I've heard your voice before and with a different emoji.
That's all that matters. Yeah, my main profile is suspended.
You were a bad boy. God, they put you in
I
twit
was
mode.
not. I was not. It's called. First of all, it's called freedom of speech. Second of all, when a group of individuals decide that they want to gang together and spread lies and then mass report for doxing, which I'm not doing because if I wanted to really dox them, I would have just stamped grifter on their picture and sent it out to all of my followers. But I don't have time for their kitty games. So new profile it is.
Well, I got to make a little bit of a PSA. I did see a potential troll that has been going around and wiping out spaces. So once I saw them leave, I already started the clock. If we don't make it to 15 minutes, that means the room was reported. And I don't know, we didn't do a darn thing wrong. And it's recorded. So why would you even report us other than to shut the room down? And I'll just leave it at that. But I know who the party is. They've been involved in some really shady black hat shit. And yeah, oh, sorry, I even blew the vulgarity thing. I apologize, Sean, and the audience. But yeah, that one really ticks me off because it's somebody that's even got more skills than I do, and that really bothers me. They can be very dangerous in here.
Well, it's probably the same group that got my main canceled. And just so you know, they are not more skilled than I am. So don't worry about it, bro.
I'm gonna hop in real quick here. I don't like to space about spaces unless we're making fun of Mario because we can make fun of him all day long. Hey Ice, are you cool with? We normally shut down at 7:30. You cool with running to 8? That'd be another half hour. If so, I have a request lined up.
Go right ahead, brother. It's your house, your rules, and I'll stay. I'm in here for the ride. I'm in until I run out of blood and bullets, bro.
Shaun, as long as it's not a song about a song, okay?
All right, let's go.
Or a song within a song.
You know, so wrong answers only again. It was really amazing when the Spice Girls came out and showed their musical talent on all those instruments.
Are you sure that was the Spice Girls? Because I thought it was the Backstreet Boys.
No, I actually think it was the Brokeback Boys.
It couldn't have, well, maybe. I don't know. How old was Heath Ledger when that came out?
Got me.
All right, so Bud Light, they're getting ratioed again. They dropped just before the drive, they dropped another thing on their Twitter, and they're just getting absolutely devastated by a ratio. Uh, anyone want to poke fun at that? Because I'm totally willing to listen.
I responded to what you responded to with things that never happened for 1200 and tagged Alex Trebek.
Yeah, who was that bot, by the way, who said, "Oh, I walked into a conservative bar." Like, what? Conservative bar? Seriously?
What the hell is a conservative bar?
Well, if you're down south, it might be a bar that uses a backdrop of the stars and bars for starters.
I was thinking it was some kind of legal team.
Well, it wasn't. I'm pretty sure the guy was saying, "Oh, he was traveling through Tulsa, Oklahoma, and found a conservative bar on the side of town, and they were all totally okay and supported Bud Light." And I just laughed and said, "Conservative bar? Like, what do they? That's all I posted." But I'm thinking, would they have this is MAGA territory? Did they have the Ronald Reagan picture on the bar? Like, what makes it a conservative bar?
Furthermore, did you go through and ask every patron what their political stance was before you asked them if they drank Bud Light while they were drinking?
Sean, Sean, I think I figured it out. You know how there's a line on every shot glass? I believe they don't fill it over the line. They're really, really, really careful about that. They don't go over that line no matter what.
No, no. What makes it a conservative bar is the ones that have the ring lock that won't even let the bottle pour unless it's connected to the computer. Yeah, that's real conservative. That thing is down to the milliliter. Yeah.
I'm dead with the shot glass line thing.
You're telling me it's hooked up to a computer, or it's a shot dispenser, right? Like a
No,
gun.
no, it's actually there's a special head on the bottle. You have to put this ring that's actually connected to the bar computer and pour the shot. The computer automatically rings up what the drink was and what the price was, and it doesn't give you anything more than it's absolutely supposed to. Yeah, I've seen it in a few bars on the East Coast. Horrible piece of equipment. I walk in, get one drink. Since I drink my stuff on the rocks or neat, yeah, I'm getting beat here. So I have my one and done. I'm out the door, baby.
I wasn't even picturing that bar. How am I supposed to get 3 fingers?
Maybe a conservative bar is where they open the bottle and let you sniff it, and like, okay, there you go. That's all you get. We wouldn't
I
want you
do that
getting
some.
drunk or anything.
I do that sometimes, so that way, it curbs the cravings.
Hey, I heard that might be a cure for a hangover. Oh yeah, did anybody hear about that new thing that happened a couple of years ago now? The Vapotini? Yeah, you're inhaling alcohol directly into your lungs. Yeah, I'm wondering how that's working out for people with COPD.
Yeah, that could be really dangerous if somebody just keeps inhaling and they don't realize they're poisoning themselves. If that's possible to do.
Sitting
Uh,
there marching around screaming, I can't breathe while they suck down smoked alcohol.
No, it's actually not smoked. It's vaporized. They serve it to you with a glass or a small tea light underneath the glass with a straw that you're expected to inhale the vapor that comes off the drink. Yeah, right to the lungs, right into the bloodstream, bypasses the liver. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, you can actually do that now if you vape. You could load your vape with alcohol if you want to. Just make sure the temperature's down enough, and I guarantee you it won't take more than 5 mil to get you absolutely on your butt drunk. But there was a guy that actually, a kid matter of fact, it was in New Jersey, was stupid enough to vape 100% nicotine juice in his vape. They said he took two pulls, pulled over, and he was dead on the spot. Yeah, that's why we have these laws on vaping now, too. Yeah, there's just some idiots out there that have no common sense.
That's sad, dude. That sucks.
I still think we should just take all the warning labels off everything and let people sort themselves out.
Kind of like
Absolutely.
how
They,
we figured out which mushrooms were like poisonous and not, and then it gets handed down through like folklore. Like never do this.
Exactly. You
yeah,
don't eat the black cap mushrooms.
and you don't put plastic bags in a crib with a baby. Anybody with any brains knows that. But there's actually a warning label on plastic bags too. It's like just take all the warning labels off. You're right, don't. Yeah, it becomes a thinning of the herd. If you're not smart enough to know how to keep yourself alive, maybe you shouldn't be kept alive. Just my take on that.
It also raises the collective IQ.
Oh, touche.
But not only do we solve the stupidity problem, but we also, in the long run, make the future generation smarter.
Well, I think honestly, some of the things we put in place have already done that, and they've done that to the wrong people. Honestly, we've got a decades and well generations worth of just bad policy and law that affect groups of people in the guise of affirmative action, and all we've done is hurt them instead of help them.
Look, I'm not saying I didn't do stupid stuff when I was young, but the only thing I have to show for it, really, besides a bunch of tattoos, is a smiley face scar. I didn't eat any Tide Pods, but that's just me.
Well, yeah, and that's the TikTok generation. We could totally go over Gen Z, but hey, DD1 is here. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Sean, Iceman, MAGA, what's going on? I see Big Daddy and Miss Felicity. Yeah, I was, you talking about stupid stuff, man. I had to go buy a new battery for my four wheeler. And of course, it come in a box, and one side of the box was the battery, and the other side was a container that contained the battery acid. And you take and you snip the little top off of it, connect the hose, and you fill the battery cells up. Well, the first damn thing you see when um, you open the little pamphlet there where it says "Do not drink the battery acid," and I got to thinking. I said, just how damn stupid somebody got to be to even have to print that, and put it in the box. But there again, when you see them, eating Tide Pods and God knows what else, so hell, I'm not surprised.
Oh, you mean you don't like a nice, good hydrochloric on the rocks?
Well, that'd be a surefire way to get rid of indigestion, I'm sure.
DD, you said that. Believe it or not, there is actually in the naturopathic community the belief that if you have heartburn, drink something that is acidic and it will actually cure your heartburn. I don't know how that works. I mean, yeah, but yeah, that's what they say.
I'm pretty sure they meant lemon juice and not battery acid, though.
Oh, I'm sure. But, you're going to get some idiot that's going to extrapolate that and figure, oh, yeah, a little bit of sulfuric acid and water and I'll drink it. And yeah, yeah, yeah. Next thing you know, their jaw's falling off and all sorts of ugly things. The Walking Dead revisited.
I don't know if I can mess with that, but I did drink a scorpion once.
Well, I had an original snake bite in Deadwood when I was out there.
Ooh, with a rattler venom in it?
Yep, the Rattler. You got it. I have the T-shirt, I have the shot glass, and I have a picture of me on the wall in that bar. If that bar is still even there, I hear Deadwood's having a hard time. We were there. We were there for 2 weeks, and right after we gambled in this one hotel, we came back the next day and found out that the hotel had cleaned out all of their slots, all their gaming tables, and there was a big sign saying, "We're sorry if you had a reservation because we went bankrupt."
Sounds like somebody won big.
Yeah,
Big
I've been,
Daddy and BD1. Send me a follow.
dude. So like, kind of the same thing happened to me. I was going to this place called Workwear, and I went, and they were closed like the Sunday before last. And then I went back the next weekend on a Saturday, and the whole shop was cleaned out. They don't exist anymore. I was like, dang it, I missed them by one day, or missed them. Just they're gone. I needed some work clothes from them, specific type of work clothes, and I can't get them now. I have to order them or find another place.
Carhartts or Dickies?
Yeah, I usually will buy Carhartt or either or, but yeah, I was looking for something like that.
I would suggest Carhartts because, as far as I know, they're still made in the USA. But I mean, Dickies are made in Mexico now, so it's not too bad. But I mean, this is not China, right?
Yeah, but
Mm,
Carhartt went woke. So, yeah, no more Carhartt for me.
Man, I guess it's just Dickies for me. I mean, that's all I've worn for like the last 20 years, but still.
Yeah, I was just looking for some carpenter cut different types of jeans and stuff. But every time I go looking, I keep finding designer, skinny, ripped jeans, all kinds of weird jeans, off brand, new types of Levi's they're creating, stretchy material, all this other crazy stuff. I'm like, where's just the regular carpenter cut pants? Now I'm
Well,
just trying to find anything. I'll take Wrangler at this point. I don't even give a shit anymore.
you can still get the Dickies Carhartt or the Dickies painter's pants and carpenter's pants at Walmart. I mean, I know it's Walmart, but still.
Yeah, they closed the one down that was next to me. And then I tried looking at Target just out of desperation. Everywhere I go, they just don't have what I'm looking for. And Target, no dice there either. That was where they had these weird Denizen jeans. So they call them Denizen. That's some weird, I don't know, another weird name for jeans. But couldn't find nothing.
I'll find
Yeah.
you
Well,
a Dickies link real quick.
Well, yeah, actually post that because Matt, you're right. I went with my daughter and my niece to the mall, just trying to pick up some new men's jeans. And they were laughing the whole time because they're like everything that was on the shelf. They're like, "Oh my God, those are girls' jeans. Those are girls' jeans. Those are girls' jeans. They have rhinestones on them, or they're just cut a certain way." Like, so I get an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old yelling at me like, "Don't buy that! Don't buy that! Don't buy that! Those are all girls' jeans." And those were in the men's section.
yeah, well, any man that has to lay on a bed and pull his pants up so that he can get them past his ankles. Yeah, I'm sorry. When a man starts putting his clothes on like a woman, we have a problem here, people.
There's a there's a link for Dickies in the pill.
Wrangler boot cut. That's all I wear and all I ever will.
I hear that, Dee Dee. I grew up on Wrangler elephant bell bottoms back in the day. That's how old I am.
Yeah, I've seen them, but when I go to the cattle sale or something like that, I'm in my Wranglers and my boots, and but Wranglers the only find. Hell, I don't think I even own. Well, I'll take that back. I may have about two pair of dress pants, a couple of dress shirts and maybe 3 ties. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is long sleeve in the winter, short sleeve in the summer, and Wrangler.
You know what I wear, Didi, when I gotta dress nice? I wear Dickies, black Dickies pants, a black Dickies long sleeve button down, and a black tie.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'd rather wear a Dickies suit than a 3-piece suit. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, well, I live in Texas, so it's all my clothes are all work clothes. I don't have no dress clothes. I have a few pairs of shorts, some t-shirts, but all my work clothes are all area FR.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got a handful of Dickies shirts still left over that I haven't, like brand new that I haven't even worn, but I didn't stock up on the pants.
the FR is flame resistant. It's for oil field work.
I'm gonna tell you
Yeah,
something
I
weird,
like
man.
them. Yeah,
Oh,
I
sorry.
like
Go
them
ahead,
area
boss.
boots. I was just telling Big Daddy I like them area lace ups. Um, I when I was doing a lot of team roping and stuff like that, that's pretty much all I wore was the lace ups, and I love them. Matter of fact, I left mine laced up, and I went to the. We got a guy here that does shoes, and I take a brand new pair of boots down there, have them cut, and have zippers put in, and boy, it's nice. I love them.
Hell, I ain't wore a lace up pair of boots in 20 plus years.
Dude, I've been noticing this weird rainbow square symbol thing showing up all over the place. It's on Amazon now, Amazon Prime Stream. It's in the series all over the place.
Sounds nefarious.
Yeah, it just showed up one day, this little rainbow block, and I don't know, kind of shows alliance with certain things.
I don't care what you do in your or I don't care what you do in your private time behind closed doors, but don't force me to fucking watch it. Sorry. I couldn't
Well,
bite my
and
tongue at that
that's
point.
the thing. Nobody's cared for years and decades. Actually, nobody's cared. Just stop cramming it down our throat. You're the minority. Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Stop trying to force everyone else to conform and do what you're doing.
It's not even don't try and cram it down my throat because I can look away. I can close my eyes. I can walk the other direction, but don't try and throw it down the kids' throat. I won't stand for that at all.
I think we're going to start seeing more displays of children being involved in this stuff, regretfully, because if you think about it, if people start adopting and doing all that stuff, and and that's how they're going to raise them, taking them to parades and dressed in dominatrix gear with their kids that they've adopted, you're going to see a bunch of people get pretty upset. And it's almost like they're just flaunting it in your face, like, look, we got one, we got our own child here. We're going to raise them this way. There's nothing you can do about it to save them.
Till all the parents stand up.
Well, we got Mama and the Cougar, Jamie. We got the bear and the Cougar. So let's go with that.
Yeah, that's the part that kills me is with the kids, because I would never take my kid to that, but just seeing kids there, it breaks my heart because they don't they don't really know what's going on, and they're just playing, and so innocent, it just kills me.
cougars.
What gets me is what kind of parent would actually take their kids to see this shit? Pardon my French, but you know that right there is what floors me. I got news for you, man. If I had a kid in school and I found out that some drag queen was fixing to go down there and read a book, don't think I wouldn't bow up and pull them out of that damn class right in the middle of it and show my natural redneck butt. But and that's what it's going to take. But you know, what they're doing in the schools and crap is just, I don't know, it just boggles the mind.
And you put that together with what Susie was saying earlier about the components that are being added to the foods and whatnot to feminize everyone. That stuff's just, man, this is just the overwhelming amount of stuff. It's obvious on purpose.
They're putting chemicals in the water that's turning the freaking frogs gay. Can you understand that?
Yeah, that's true, but it's deeper than that. It's really rooted in and I know a lot of people hate when I say this, but it's really rooted in 1960s feminism, that which is the destruction of the family, and then it just goes on and on and on and keeps getting worse over the decades.
Yeah, I mean, I have been learning a lot about that lately, and been following a lot of feminists who say the same thing. They realize that too. Like, more people who are have always been on the left and everything, but just the line has been crossed. They've come for our kids, and doesn't matter right or left or what you thought you believed or anything like that, but just trying to, sure, we can try to figure out where it came from, but we just have to stop it dead in its tracks now.
Well, you're right, and I think one of the issues that we as conservatives, obviously most of us vote Republican, but maybe don't like them because they're not really conservative, is that we have just been silent. We've been trying to, be the peaceful, the moral majority, and it's time to quit with that. Like on all levels of politics, it's time to quit with that and to stand our ground.
Yeah, I agree. That was my problem personally, and it took a lot, but I finally just was like, nope, I'm done.
Well, dipping back for what we were talking about a little bit ago, I told you I'd find it. It's HEK 239, I believe 239. HEK 293, human embryonic kidney 293 cells, uh, often referred to as HEK 293, HEK 293, 293 cells, or less precisely as HEK cells, are a specific immortalized cell. I just lost a lot of that. Hold on a second. And it is, what is HEK 293 been used for? The human embryonic kidney, HEK 293 cell line, and its derivatives are used in experiments ranging from signal transduction and protein interaction studies over viral packaging. Take a pause right there, meaning they're putting in antivirals and in and vaccinations to rapid small-scale protein expression and biopharmaceutical production. And it's also one second. Where'd it go? It's just bouncing around real quick. Keeps bouncing back and forth. I'm trying to get it on one specific spot. Which companies are using aborted human fetuses in their food? Research by Cenemex. Several patents were filed by the parent company, and it has partnered with numerous major product and food manufacturers, including Kraft, PepsiCo, and Nestle.
Whoa, wait a minute. So can you put that somewhere so I can read it, please?
Put the thread up. I put the thread up top.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but that'll disappear after the space closes. So if you could also throw it in the pill, that will be in the chat forever.
My God, it just gets more horrible.
Done.
Hey, I missed that. What was that about Kraft, PepsiCo, and the other one? Because I pull a lot of that freight.
Heck,
Um,
Heck 293,
fetal
which are
cells.
human. Heck 293, which are human embryonic kidneys, which are yes, fetal cells that are derived from aborted babies.
Okay, so basically they're using this in quote unquote food.
And drink.
The only way I can think that they're kind of being able to do that is because these specific companies, their foods are not real foods. They're under pharmaceutical patents, some of the ingredients that they use. This is just absolutely disgusting. I'm going to have to wrap my brain around this for a minute.
Didn't mean to sicken you. It was something that we were talking about earlier. I said I had to find it. I could look deeper to find out exactly when it was made legal to use, but I'd have to do a little bit more research on top.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I'll be on it too. I'll work with you on that.
Well, just remember, I believe it was about 4 years ago, they used to call Kraft singles Kraft American cheese singles. They had to drop it because there's no cheese in it. Now they're just that glop that melts. The only thing that's harder to get to melt is government cheese. You can hit that stuff with a blowtorch and it won't melt.
But it tastes so good, man. Government cheese. Oh, that was the best part of Wick.
It's
Yeah, it
microplastics.
tastes like plastic, Jamie.
It is microplastics. It's oh my gosh, this is just overboard shit. Yeah, I don't eat that stuff. Don't eat a lot of
Don't
stuff.
don't forget government peanut butter.
Oh yeah, you had to beat that stuff with a mixer to get the oil back into the peanut butter. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember those.
yeah, you did. And it better be an industrial sized mixer or it might break the damn thing in half.
Yeah, I've broken the jar
MREs.
trying to stir it before.
I shared a meme underneath that thread, and it's a picture of these ready to drink meals, mint chocolate. 20 grams plant protein, 36 essential nutrients. Both have little asterisks and notes. And it says, I hear the taste varies from person to person. Sadly, not many will get it.
That's grim. I got it. Yeah, that's really, really grim, bro.
I mean, it's like right there. It's right in your face, dude.
Well, heck, has anybody been reading their boxes lately? Or even drinks? All right, good old classic we all grew up with, Yoo-hoo. Guess what? It's now got a label on it that says contains genetically modified components. Give me a break. What, is everything from my youth gone to crap?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at earlier. When you go down and you see genetically modified components, they can't even call it food. It's illegal to call it food because it is, GMO corn or soy or, canola, rapeseed oil, like that kind of stuff are genetically modified. And they are a product that, because you cannot patent food, you can't patent like heirloom seeds or anything like that. you can only patent products, and so they're under a pharmaceutical patent. So I'm going to read that thread right now. Don't text me.
No, actually, Dee Dee, I know you don't do crops, but you do. You've definitely done a meat. Are you getting pressure, like anywhere from state or federal, to modify what you're doing with your farm?
Yeah, I had a guy come up to me at the Cattlemen's Association, and he was wanting to know, undoubtedly he was pro MNR injection in the cattle, and I promptly told him in no uncertain terms that he could kiss my ass. That there wasn't an animal walking on four legs on my farm would have that crap put in them. And the feed that I feed my cattle during the winter and when I grow them off is a combination of soybean hull, ground corn, wheat, and cottonseed meal. And that's pretty much it. And I buy from the gin. We got a pardon me. We got a gin about 30 miles from here, and I buy my stuff there. And I got a local feed store that's got a mill, and I have my corn ground. And so I buy it by the ton. But there's nobody really come to the farm and try to dictate what I do, because I would put their ass right back up there on that blacktop about as quick as they got down my driveway. Dennis ain't gonna put up with that kind of crap.
Yeah, keep the faith, man. Stay strong. Don't let them put anything in your cattle. I'd
Yeah.
buy my beef directly from you if I was close, man. I can promise you that.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I have sold some steers that I grew off. Now people want to go with, say, strictly grass fed. Yeah, that's okay. But you don't get the marbling anything. But I use natural ingredients. Uh, the people up here that own the gym, they grow the own crops that they do themselves, and it's a large group of Mennonites that has it. They have the meal. They do catfish ponds. They do corn. They do soybeans. They do wheat and stuff like that. I mean, this group here must own 5,000 acres there in the Black Belt of Mississippi, and they put in their own processing plant, the whole 9 yards, and this runs strictly by them. So that's where I buy my feed and everything from, and um, the vaccinations that my calves get are strictly for the type of vaccination that calves need, black leg, pink eye, that kind of crap. But no, I don't. You're not going to put that crap in my cattle. I'm not going to sell it to anybody that's got it in. I have no control what happens after I sell it. But if it leaves my place, it does not have that crap in it.
That's good. And Dee Dee, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Mennonites, I mean, they are, for their religion, I mean, they can't have all this GMO crap and all that stuff, right?
They're the Amish.
Yeah.
The only difference between Mennonite and an Amish is the Mennonite are allowed to use electricity and the pure Amish are not.
Right. They, the Mennonite women dress, just like everybody else. So do the men, and but now they've got tractors and stuff sitting up there that is probably $600,000, and they got, like I said, they raise their own catfish. They sell it commercially, and stuff like that. So, and they make their own catfish feed that they feed the catfish in their ponds. So yeah, they're pretty self-efficient. So the only thing I'm surprised they haven't done is install their own power supply because they're still running off the local grid, but I'm sure they have backup generators for all them plants.
You know, Dee
Yeah,
Dee, I had one of those grass-fed burgers one time at the Brigantine. I didn't like it. That didn't taste. It didn't. It wasn't right. I don't like it at all. I'd rather have like I had in Texas for years. I'd rather have real beef.
Well, I mean, grass fed, the meat is so damn tough, and there's very little protein or fat content in the grass. Grass, basically, all it is just a roughage for the cattle. Where you start getting your marbling and stuff like that is when you start feeding the ground corn, the soybean, ground soybeans, if you can find them. They're like 25, 26% protein, and they put fat in that meat like you wouldn't believe. And the fat's what gives you the flavor, it gives you the tenderness, and stuff like that. But um, I haven't sold a cow at a cattle sale in years. Um, my buyers come right off of Facebook, and matter of fact, I got some out there right now that's going to be calving in September, and they're already spoken for. So there's that.
Well, could you DM me because I'm interested?
Yeah, sure can. But now I'm in Mississippi. I don't know where you're located.
Indiana. I got a truck.
We got the shipping covered. We got the shipping covered, y'all.
Hey, Dee, not to ask you to give out your prices, but give me a ballpark. If my brother and I want to go in on a half of one, what would be the approximate cost before shipping?
Uh, well, now I'm gonna tell you, bud, what I do. I sell mine on the hoof. Okay, and what I do is I grow them up to, if most of my calves that I sell, I'll sell around 650 pounds for the commercial cattle. The ones I grow up for to sell off the farm, I grow them up to about 1,000 pounds, maybe 1,100 pounds. I'll sell them on the hoof, weight on the hoof. I get about $1.60. And we've got about 35, 40 miles from here. We got a processing plant that will process cattle. Is a private company. Um, they charge about $495 to completely, take one and process it out. And you run the numbers, you get about 550, maybe 600 pounds of meat. It comes out to about $4.95 a pound by the time, and I deliver it to the slaughterhouse. So that's where we go there. But I get my money for the cow gets on the trailer, and once I drop it off, then that's the owner's responsibility. Then,
And that's an exceptional price. That's so good.
In other words, for a half, it costs you between 11 and 12, roughly.
Plus shipping. It's got to come to
Plus
Jersey, so
shipping.
that means I
Plus
need
shipping.
reaper space.
Yeah, but even if you're buying from a friend and then you're doing shipping and then maybe you're up to $8 a pound at the high end or whatever, that's still good.
well, I mean, now when you buy the animal on the hoof, say an animal weighs 1,000 pounds, $1.60. Okay, well that's $1,600 for the animal right there, and you pay another $495 or $500, just say. Okay, you got 2,100 in the animal as is, before it's processed or when it's processed. And if you get 500 pounds of meat, well, there you go. So,
I would say that $1,200 for 250 pounds of meat is a damn good deal.
oh yeah, oh yeah, especially if it's raised up and fed off correctly.
And you're building the community and supporting community members and getting away from the government and trading and selling between each other. Awesome.
You can find a
Hey,
little reefer. You can find a little company down there that's got the little box 26 or 18-foot box reefers and get them to run it up there as a partial with a couple others, and probably get it around 40, 50 cents a mile, maybe 75 cents a mile if you go direct to a company and not through a broker. So it's not too awful bad.
Just off the top of my head, doing the math, you're looking at about 750 on shipping.
Yeah, but what if I come and get it myself?
Well, I mean, you got your expense to travel down here. Are you talking about getting a live animal, or are you talking about getting it after it's processed?
I'll get it after it's processed, and I'll get a refrigerator truck that's legal for me to drive. I've driven a lot of trucks, so I would enjoy the drive, and I want to check out your area. Not you. I don't have to come to your farm, but I want to check out where you live.
Yeah. Like I said, we got the place that does it, and I don't know how backed up they are. And it'll be several months before I have anything even remotely ready. Um, I got registered cattle. I raise registered Charolais, and I got some Black Angus. And those two breed cattle rank one and two as far as beef production in the U.S. with regards to fat content, flavor, and stuff like that. So I'm combining the two. But it would be a little trip down here. But like I said, it's going to be several months before I have anything even remotely ready.
Okay. Thank you. Sounds great.
I'll call my brother and tell him to start saving his pennies. I wish he still had a part ownership in the restaurant. That would have really worked out good.
Why'd you drop down, Tex?
Well, I
I
was going
didn't
to
know.
ask, I wanted to ask Tex if it was legal to do an LTL on food. That's why I said I'd just gang it on with something else that was coming to the East Coast in a reefer. But I don't know if
Sorry if
that's
I'm
legal mixed
interrupting, but I
load.
can't hear everybody, so I'm going to drop down. If I don't talk again, you all have a blessed night and have an awesome 4th of July, and throw all your flags out there and be the patriots we are. All right. Have a good night.
Good night,
Blessings.
Jamie.
Happy
Yeah,
Independence Day.
can y'all hear
Oh,
me?
yes.
Yeah, there's companies. I mean, don't even go LTL. There's companies that we run parcels, so you'd be able to just use the amount of trailer you need as long as it's something that's in the same temperature range, another kind of meat or whatever. You can load it with it and run it as a partial, and you get a pretty good deal on it, brother.
That sounds like a plan. I got to talk to a few people in my neighborhood, get my brother on board. And yeah, we might even take a whole one of them Black Angus in New Jersey.
I was gonna say go for the Black Angus.
Well, I got one that's going to be calving in September. And of course, if it's a little bull, it's going to be made into a steer. And I'm getting a few more Black Angus, and I'm buying, already bred cattle, and they're bred back to Black Angus, so it'll be 100% Angus beef.
That'll be tasty.
You said
Hell yeah.
you used to do a pig too, right? Back in the day.
Yeah, I had a few pigs and everything, but that's just for personal. Yeah, they got to be kind of a pain in the rear end, so I took a couple and had them processed and everything. But um, I mean, if I need a pig, man, I'll run to the hunting camp and I'll shoot me a big old sow or a boar or something like that. Because mostly all I do is just take out the loins and everything and grind everything else up into sausage.
Darn, we became a food channel. Hey, Shaun, we ran over your block. Are we still going to keep going, or what do you want to
So
do there, boss?
listen, so I'm good as long as you and MAGA are good. I don't know of any other MAGA spaces going on right now. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But
The
we can run
only
for a
other
little while.
spot is the only other spot that has anything to do with MAGA that I see right now is the pond.
Well, I'll defer to Maggot and Ice on that. I did not get the schedule today. Trust me, we can't always communicate. We have jobs. Like, we're literally doing jobs and then trying to run spaces for y'all. But we can run a little while longer. Hey, let's honestly do a request.
Last night a little dancer came dancing to my door. Last night a little angel came pumping on my floor. She said, come baby, got a license for love. And if it expires, pray help from above. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more, more, more. Wow. In the midnight hour, more, more, more. With a rebel yell, more, 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 more. She don't like slavery, she wants it, I'm there. But when I'm tired of loving, she sees me too bad. What set you free and brought you to me, babe? What set you free? I need you here by me. Because in the midnight hour, she come more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she come more, more, more. Wow! In the midnight hour, babe. More, more, more. With a rebel yell, more, more, more. I walk the walk for you, baby. 1,000 miles for you. I dried your tears off on me 1,000,000 times for you. I sell my soul for you. For money to burn for you. I give you all and have nothing. Just a, just a, just a, just a honey here by me. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more, more, more. Wow. In the midnight hour, more, more, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more, 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 more.
Hey, MAGA. I'm pretty sure looking at the hair and the earrings and all the other stuff. I'm pretty sure that was Britney Spears.
That's Fleetwood Mac. Come on.
No, that was Melissa Moldauer and her backup group.
I could have swore that was the guy that was in the Labyrinth, David Bowie.
That was a good one.
Okay. No, that was Poison.
Poison. Weren't they the ones that every carnival ride you went to, like it was Poison, right? That's the people.
I guess I was forced to order my stuff online, just like everybody else across America is being forced to do the same. I had to give in. I couldn't find an actual store with what I wanted anymore, so I had to order online and give in to the system.
Did you use Dickies.com? Hopefully you didn't use Amazon.
No, I went direct. Yep.
All right. If you do need to find some companies and you have to order online, use MammothNation.com.
Well, you know, MAGA, have you been seeing the commercials in your feed about those 21 pocket pants that stretch and all that good stuff? They're kind of like a stretch version of 511, the law enforcement stuff.
Yeah, actually, I did see those. I was like, oh, they'd show them like towing a truck, indestructible, you know. They look pretty cool. Waterproof, all that stuff.
Hey, for 29 bucks for a pair, at least whatever the shipping is, I'd give them a try.
I like the utility aspect, and the cut looked okay.
I think Jamie might be onto something. She said it was Beavis and Butthead that played that last song.
It's like, give me more already. Oh, Butthead.
Yeah. Well, what keeps coming up is watch and bite and just walk around. And he looks like a Cornholio from Beavis and Butthead.
I am Cornholio. Give me TV for the bunghole.
Okay, the words weren't supposed to be there. The words weren't supposed to be there. And I didn't hear. Don't text me. What did you say?
I said, yeah. I'm Cornholio. Give me TV for my bunghole.
I saw that Biden video, and people were like, what's going on with his face? It's like, come on. Obviously, it's been messed with, but where his face is all kind of looking pinched at his nose and stuff.
Contorted?
My controls are locking up on.
No, I was saying he looked contorted. I was just agreeing with you. It was funny. What about the?
Is it too early? Is it too early for me to say what it was?
Yeah, it's still too early. Yes.
Well, if you notice, they had to come out with a release that he was actually using CPAP at night. I think that's something we should have known about our president. I think I said it already in this room. I mean, if you're going to drop dead in your sleep, shouldn't the public be made aware of that? I don't know. But yeah, I know where you're going with that one. Don't. Yeah, it's too early to talk about BDSM supplies, definitely. But everybody knows.
Everybody knew what I meant. You didn't have to
Well, I'm going to
specify.
go there, but I'm doing it politely. I'm doing it to conform with what the host asked. So that's the best way to put it. I didn't even use the word that connects to the B. So give me a break there. Maggie, you got something new in your hat.
Yeah, He's like spelling it out. No Sextalk.
Exactly.
No,
Hey,
my controls are off the rails. Sorry, guys.
yeah, did you put something new in
Sean,
your house? Because I've never had backfeed from you. And you and I, when we're unmuted and you with everybody else, is like an echo chamber, bro. Wow. I have never heard that before coming off of your spaces.
Sean, grab his co-host and then give it back to him.
Yeah, we'll work it out. Don't worry, bro. We're all good. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I can't use any of my emojis, and I'm echoing real bad on mine too.
Well, the emoji thing, all you have to do is compress your room with that little down arrow, bring it back up, and you'll have your emojis back again. I don't know. Twitter error.
My
Hey guys, I
AC's
know it's
running
wrong.
too, ice, so that might be it. Sorry, Jamie.
No, sorry, I was literally just making a joke. I know it's wrong. On the space earlier, I called the president Joey, and he has hurty feelings, so they're gonna shut us down. You know, I might get sued.
Nah, they just heard my voice saying, I'll tell you what it really was.
Well, we went over the 15-minute clock on some of the stuff we talked about, and we're still here. So obviously, the Twitter bots didn't get activated. You know, that army that comes rolling in, and all of a sudden your room goes poof. Yeah.
I ain't scared of no ghosts.
Oh, careful now. You might bring them back. They say you say somebody's name 3 times and they pop up in the room.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Beetlejuice is here.
You know how hard it was for me to bite my tongue?
Doesn't that hurt? It's horrible because you still have all those words you want to let out behind it. And now you're in pain. So you want to make more of those new verbs and adverbs and adjectives.
Look, we do our best. But obviously, we're all adults, and it's going to happen from time to time. We just try to limit it. It's is respect for the drive time people.
Well, hey, Shaun, you missed Mr. Happy having his own space. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, something triggered me so bad that after I got out of the morning space, I opened mine, and Mr. Happy was the special guest host. I wasn't even a host, I was just a co host. Yeah. I kind of lost it for like the first 45 minutes of the space. I'm going to pay for it somewhere along the line. I don't care. Yeah, I already mentioned something that was out on the web, and I got told, don't you dare put that in any room today. So, yeah, we're going to leave that one alone. But if people look at my feed, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Big smile, big smile. Lethal Weapon 2.
Well, I'm going to pull one straight from the liberal left playbook and say that I'm offended that we can't use adult language.
Well,
Um,
Iceman, I see a lot of things there that could be considered as not to share, not to share because of those leftists. So DM me what you're talking about.
again, come on,
Absolutely.
come on.
He was possessed temporarily by a demon. The demon has been cleansed. This house is clean.
All right, 15-minute warning. I'm going to do the last one on the doom scroll. And then obviously you guys can talk about whatever the heck you want. We lost all our cowboys, I think, but we still have truckers. So Jack Smith, haha, Jack Smith is preparing 45 new charges on Trump related to January 6th, calling what he said a sedition. So anyone?
Telling people to go home and not do anything outward is sedition. Since when?
Well, apparently, and so that brings up the Bolsonaro story, right? Where he's banned from running for office for the next 8 years. It's exactly what's happening to Trump.
No.
Okay. Maybe it's not exactly like what's happening in Trump. Okay, but I
No,
think
no.
it.
I meant no as in no. It's not gonna stand. It's not gonna fly. I say no.
I guess the new saying will be like, he got trumped. Don't get trumped. It's not good. It's not fun.
Honestly, I couldn't imagine. Look at all the stuff that he's had to deal with. I couldn't imagine being him or his family dealing with all of the stuff that he's going on while we have the Biden crime family doing the exact same thing that they are charging Trump with.
That's their laws for thee and not for me policy.
Yeah, the funny thing is, there's no Trump laptop. There's no Trump crack cocaine. There's no Trump pay to play. There's no money. Where's the money? Where's the proof? I still haven't seen it yet.
Well, you
But
know
we
that's because they point the finger at the other side for what they're really doing.
don't look at me. Look at him. He's the one doing it. In the meantime, they're shoveling money in their pockets right and left. And we see it, and nothing's being done. Yeah, I just can't.
It's got to be
Or the
frustrating
favorite
as
one.
all hell. If we're frustrated, think how frustrated Trump is.
My personal favorite of theirs is, but what about? Like, so you're telling me, but what about? So that makes it okay, or are you saying that it's wrong no matter what? I'm just misunderstanding your logic here.
What do you mean? Is you're saying like when the Democrats or what are you saying when Trump is and say but what about?
I'm definitely talking about the left. I'm definitely talking about the leftist whataboutism.
I think the number one what about that I used to hear was about the Muslim ban. What about the Muslim ban? It's like, okay, what about warp speed? Those are there's like, I don't know, you could name a few that people can come about with the whatabouts. And it's like, you're kind of playing into this narrative. It's like, yeah, there was a ban on travel, but it was from certain countries where there happened to be Muslim people there, but it's not a Muslim ban. Just like the don't say gay. What about the don't say gay bill? Well, it doesn't say that in the don't say gay bill. You're calling it the don't say gay bill. You called it that. It was never called that.
Exactly. That's how they put their spin on things.
Hey, did you get that DM?
Yes, sir, I did.
This is the moonshine smuggler space. Even though there's no moonshine in the space and there's no smuggling of moonshine going on, we're going to call it the moonshine smuggler space just because it sounds catchy and we can pin it on you, whether you're doing it or not. Yep, you're all moonshiners and you're all smugglers. Yep, that's what you're doing in here.
Prove it.
Oh, I don't have to prove it. It's my story. It's my truth.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was just going to say that it was your truth. You and I think too much alike, man. We're dangerous together.
Well, your truth is my truth, and yeah, I'm just kidding.
I don't drink it anymore, but I tell you what, if I did, I would drink moonshine.
Absolutely. And I actually almost lived in the county in Tennessee where they make the best, Sevier County. Yeah, look it up. I
Oh,
think
you're
they
talking about
have.
that white lightning.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's delicious stuff. I brought a half a case back up when I came from down south the last time. And unfortunately, it was for somebody else, and I only got a quart of it, and it didn't last more than the weekend at my brother's house.
I'm amazed it lasted you more than one night. If you only had a quart,
Yo, bro, this was 110. When you burned it, it was a blue flame. There was no cap on it.
I'm still surprised it lasted you longer than one night.
I'm getting old, bro. I did the International New Year's with Official, and by 3 o'clock in the morning, I only consumed a third of a bottle of scotch, and it took me 2 days to recover. Maybe that's because I was drinking brown liquor. You know what they say, the clear stuff is better? Yeah, if I had a connection, you could best believe there'd be at least a gallon of that stuff in my house because I do love good shine. And for anybody that don't know it, if you get the raw product about 110, you add 2 cinnamon sticks and about 4 slices of apple and put that puppy in the back of your cabinet for about a month. And yeah, bottled apple pie. Yes, some seriously good stuff.
Well, that's the thing for me. Shine is like a delicacy. You know, if I have it, I kind of milk a little longer. You know, but I can get tequila all day. You can get moonshine here and there, but when you get some really good stuff, it's a delicacy.
Yeah, but
I
don't buy that Sugarland Farms crap. Yeah, that's not moonshine, bro. That's regular white liquor. It might as well be rum, vodka, anything. It does not taste like the stuff that comes out of the worm in the woods.
Yeah, there was this stuff in Safeway they were selling that was like in mason jars. And I can't remember the name, but they did have.
Old Smoky is disgusting.
I don't know if it was Old Smoky. I'll see if they still got it. I haven't looked in a long time, but you know, for a little mason jar, it's kind of expensive to, you know, it's not that much.
That's the stuff they sell at the gas station too. It's gross.
Yeah, it's a shame Mark and Digger decided to go with Sugarlands. Yeah, it really degraded their product. I actually had some of their moonshine when I was down there. Really nice stuff. My God. 110 proof and so smooth you didn't even realize you swallowed it. No chaser necessary. Or a little stupid fact, you know why Mountain Dew was created, don't you? To kill the taste of bad moonshine. That was the whole purpose behind the product.
I
The
know
cover up.
when I drank, I used to get the 100 grain, 200. That'd be 200%. It's 100 grain, and I get that for 25 a gallon. That was back when I drank.
Pure alcohol. The last I heard, the highest you can distill is 180, which would be 90 proof. Anything, or 90%. Anything above that, they use what do they call them? Basically, toluene, butylene, and all of those to actually draw the rest of the water out, and they leave a little bit of residual. It's almost impossible to create pure 100% moonshine. Just to let you know, I mean, if you checked it with a hydrometer and if it said 200 proof, God bless you, bro. That's we call that Everclear in New Jersey. They used to sell it in paint thinner cans back in the day.
I used to get it from Tennessee, and we called it White Lightning.
Well, up here we were selling it legally at Everclear. But once again, the stupid warnings, this product must be mixed with something else. Do not consume straight. Yeah. Yeah, tell that to me and my wife. My wife used to do 151 and drink most people at work under the bar.
And who reads the label of an alcohol? The name, where it was made, maybe, and what percentage of alcohol it is. I mean, seriously.
Well, I was doing
Well,
what you were saying, Ice. I used to put a little bit of high octane alcohol in my vape juice, a couple drops here and there. And I don't know. I don't think I got a buzz from it. I just did it for the taste, you know.
oh yeah, there were a couple of companies out there. Oh, did I tell you yet? I need you to hunt down that vape company. Did I give you the name of them? I know they're out in your area.
I think you did. I've been ordering through this company called White Horse. It might want to look them up, they got all different kinds of stuff on that site. But yeah, shoot me the info, bro. I want to get that stuff for you. If I can find it, I'll get it for you.
Yeah, once again, I'm having a brain fart. I can't remember the name of the company. I can just remember the juice. Damn.
Well, see, that's the problem. If it's just the flavor alone, like the first flavor you were talking about, I can't remember what you were saying. There were a couple of flavors. The peanut butter one is kind of weird. That one sounds like a dark. It would be probably a dark color, but the other one you were saying, mother's milk. Is that what it was? Mother's milk.
Yeah, I
If
just
I
remembered
bet
the.
that's theirs, and I don't think somebody else would call it mother's milk unless it was theirs. So I probably could find it.
Oh, the company was Suicide Bunny. I just remembered it. Yeah, when I was getting into the business, I was actually working with them on a deal. And then the government came in and said that you can't ship the shit. Couldn't get it by a UPS, couldn't get it by a FedEx, and now I can't even get it by a UPS. Yeah, there's just something wrong. But I don't even know if they're still in business. I've had a couple of my friends that are in the industry trying to check them out, and nobody can find them. I don't know. I guess Pip got burned, and she decided to get out of the business.
There's so many people making different juices coming out. You know, it's it's just like CBDs. You know, somebody's making CBD stuff.
Hey, Ice, have you tried Johnny Copper?
No, I haven't. Uh, Tell me more. And if you can find if that's what you vape, I'll Venmo you the money and the shipping, bro. I can't get anything. If I don't buy it in the communist state of New Jersey, I can't even get coils shipped to me. I can't get what do you call it? The wire to make coils. Yeah, nothing. No products of any type can be shipped in anymore, courtesy of UPS and the U.S. Postal Service. So. Yeah, if I can find somebody that is actually close to one of the good manufacturers like Premonition, Suicide Bunny, Cuthwert. I'm trying to think of all the brands that I was looking to carry in my own store. Yeah, half of them went out of business and they were really good. And the other half now you can only get them in the state that, or any state that will allow this stuff to be imported. But New Jersey isn't one of them. Yeah, true communism. You know what I think of Phil Murphy? I can't make a comment like that, otherwise they'll be knocking on my door. So just leave that for your imagination.
Well, I don't really vape anymore, but my wife does. And but when the both of us were still vaping, we wouldn't touch anything other than Johnny Copper. It's out of, I think it's out of Florida, if I remember correctly. But local vape shop here has a whole line of them, multiple different flavors.
Cool. I guess my begging and pleading lines are open. I don't know. I just can't. I'm having a hard time tasting this stuff on vaping. They make it locally. They make it right in front of me. I steep it for 3 days. I do everything I'm supposed to do to it, and by about the second tank, I can't even taste it. It's just for the nicotine, so that I don't go start raving back crap.
Oh yeah, well this stuff here, this flavor will last and last and last and last.
We're gonna have to talk offline.
Well, I sent you that DM the other day, so you got it.
I thank you very much, brother. I think I sent you mine back, didn't I?
I don't. I'm not even sure. I haven't even looked at them in a little while.
Well, I'll take care of that. Trust me.
Hey, Big Daddy, were you able to find a, or are you looking still running a different route, getting a new gig? I know last I heard, I think you were having some trouble with your trucking company.
Yeah, I actually just went to an interview this morning. I'll be doing some local water hauling down here.
That's awesome, brother. Good to hear.
My bad, just digging through holes.
What are you planting?
Seeds of Curiosity.
Oh, I was going to say it's behind.
Oh well, that too. That too.
All right, so we're coming up on I'm gonna go do the kid drop off pickup thing. We're coming up on that, so I'm gonna have to close this one out. I do have a great request coming up, but I see so many awesome people in here that could start a late night drive type of space. I mean, we got Jamie, we got Alex, we got Goat, we got Texas. There's so many people that could, maybe take this over in a half hour, 45 minutes, and give us some place to go. So I'm calling you all out, but hey, I do have to close this one down, and we do have a great request.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for pilgrim feet whose stern impassioned stress a thoroughfare of freedom beat across the wilderness. America, America, God's men thine every flaw. May God confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, proved to more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine. May God's will all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. And crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
All right, Maga and Mama.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Advocate, but she left for that recording of Lawson and Mackie singing that song. Their voices were beautiful, and she took off before I could thank her for that recording. Her children have angelic voices, indeed. Thank you for that. Advocate, wherever you are.
Yes, thank you, Advocate. My heart's so full, and we have a little one that wants to say something.
Happy Independence Day.
Aw, that's so
Two good
cute.
ones.
Happy Independence Day to you too.
Thank you so very much for that. Happy Independence Day to you too, in all ways possible, and all under God.
All right, so we'll look for the. Obviously, this won't be hosted by me, or maybe any of us, but we've already put it out there. If you guys want to do a late night drive, we might join you. We'll see you soon. If not, we've got stuff going on Saturday for sure. And we're always available. We're 6 a.m. basically Eastern time, Monday through now. 9 o'clock Eastern time. We're always there for you guys.
I guess it's my last chance. Usually it's the host that says the closing words, but God bless you all. God bless your family. Thank you for sticking around with us that have been here, those that have been here since the beginning. And if we don't see you, which I'm sure we will, we'll run into each other somewhere. May you have a glorious and blessed 4th of July.
Yeah, happy 4th of July weekend, everyone.
Enjoy that independence.
And one more thought.